Yo, yo. Wait, it says okay, actually the mic is fine. Why do I have two microphone sources? I'm deleting this shit. Die! Let me get rid of this. Because it's confusing me. Oh shit! What up, Ken? My name's not Paul. How you doing? Wrong fucking stream! How you doing? I'm just about ready. Usually I like to restart my computer, but I'm really just using this for HDMI capture, so I should be okay. I should be good. Also, I have like the 1990, is it 4 or 5 Mortal Kombat movie next to me on VHS, and all is right in the world. And I have a beer on the other side of me, so hell yeah, brother. Let's just go ahead and jump right into it. How you doing, Ken? Long time no see. Just kidding. I think I saw you 2 weeks ago. Is this right? Also, this chair, it ruins my goddamn placement. Yeah. We have a Paul to get on to get rid of the ads. Oh, is it because Paul is your source for gift subs? Is that what it is? If so, I support this. Okay, cool. I can hear it. Yee. God, it's kind of loud. Oh shit. Barry, stop. Bitch. Well, I'm glad you're doing good. Which Guliveria? Sorry, I know I'm not supposed to call out lurkers, but I saw your name and it just caught my attention. I'm sorry. Sorry. We have our ways. First, Jay, my boy. My boy. How are you doing, Shadow Limit? I'm doing extremely okay. I'm like a quarter done with this game. Who are you calling out? I'm confused. Oh, I'm looking. So, Mix It Up lets me see people that are viewing, and this name just caught my attention. It's Twitch_Diguliveria, and it just looked cool, so I had to. I forgot what boobs look like. Can you help me out? you know, Jay, that's just crazy enough to work. Good luck, brother. Also, one of these days, I mean, I know cancel culture is kind of dying, but don't push it. Oh shit, on my way, dude. All right, it worked. I take that back. Also, I'm not gonna skip this. You want to know why? You can't cancel me. I'm black. Do you identify as black? Is that what it is? You ever see that story of that guy that surgically turned Korean? It's crazy. I'll show you boobs. Shadow Limit shows you his wiener. You can't just put my wiener up for views. It's a hot commodity. I gotta, you know, it's like when the stars align is when my pee-pee shows. Yeah, he regrets it now. Talk to kids about not getting fucked up surgeries. Oh, wait, does he really? I never saw the fucking follow-up. What's his name? Guy who surgically became Korean. Which is not true, you know what I mean? Like he got surgeries to appear fucked up in an attempt to be Korean. I don't remember his name. It's Ollie London. That's the guy. I identify as Korean. I'm getting my 6th nose job. I don't know why. It's. I feel like it's messed up, but hearing he regrets it and he's talking to people about surgery like that, that's a win. You know, stupid on his part, but yeah, tell people about this shit. Basically just accept yourself for who you are type message. Yeah. It's a white guy. It's okay to be white. You'll never catch me turning Korean. I haven't heard that name in a while. He didn't even look like Jimin at all. He just looks straight ass. Is Jimin a Korean person he tried to look like? This is lore I actually wasn't aware of. Oh, okay. South Korean singer and songwriter. Wait, was that his goal to look like this motherfucker? All along. Let me see a side by side. No. Oh fuck, dude. Ah, dude, it's sad a little bit. Like I feel bad for laughing. It is funny, but hang in there, buddy. You want to look like a K-pop dude, I think. Yeah. I looked it up. Jimin is, or it's pronounced Jimin. I'm just kidding, I don't know. But yeah, no, he's a real Korean. So seeing the side by side, he still had a few more surgeries to go. I'll put it that way. Yes, he tried to look like Jimin from. Oh, it's a BTS guy. I didn't know it. Play a good game. This is a good game. God damn it! And why is my phone blowing up? Wait. Uh-oh. Thank you. Thank you for the gift sub, dude. You first. Thank you for the gift sub and congrats, Ken. Oh yeah, I just got here. This is a different forest, right? No, this is the Ant one. Right? I got this motherfucker in my party. Fuck, did I not actually... What level are we? 11, 9. You know what I need to do? Let's just check this real quick. My last stream, because I kind of forgot what I was doing. We did the Dom Runes bullshit. I found that fucking kid. He escaped. You first. Reese's Pieces are the shit. Yeah, they are. Is that what you're chowing down on right now? That's a pretty solid choice, dude. I'm more of just like a basic bitch Reese's guy. But Reese's Pieces are good. Yeah, no, Reese's Pieces are good. It's not my favorite iteration of Reese's, but I wouldn't say no. Of little M&M shaped candies, honestly, I would go either M&M or Skittle before Reese's Pieces, but I'll fuck up a Reese's Pieces before like a Hershey's bar or something. Thank you, Paul. May you get more blowjobs this year. From one cyber dry and shadow limit at the same time. We'll cover 3 months worth. Dude, from the same time is fucking insane. Like, you know, we've heard of the fabled double blow gibber, but a fucking triple blow gibber? Jeez. Like the Legend of the Phoenix, dude. I'll give you some Reese's Pieces, like Mama Bird. That works. That's one. Did you see a little bunch of Joey heads? You know, like the little, you know, in the nest of the. Just a bunch of these, like chicks. And you just regurgitate Reese's Pieces into my mouth, dude. I'd be down. I wouldn't say no to that. You know what's funny? I was really proud to decide to stream Parasite Eve on Christmas. Or around Christmas, because I didn't stream that week. But now that Christmas is over, I don't wanna. I might come back to it just because, like, I've been thinking a lot about 1, 2, and 3. Funny enough, but you know, I'm a one RPG at a time kind of guy. I'll revisit Parasite Eve down the line after Grandia. I mean, not like candy. You don't like candy? But if Reese's, Hershey, Musketeer, Crunch Bar, and Twix were frozen, I'd fuck them up. Dude, frozen Reese's Pieces is like a god tier thing. You know what I mean? Oh shit! Sue's getting fucked up! No! What the fuck is happening? I wasn't paying any attention. I was just ignoring it. Oh my god, hold on. Sue! No! Ah, shit. I wasn't ready for that. Fuck. No! No! He's throwing this random nut at me. Is this gonna cancel? Of course it's gonna cancel. Am I gonna die? I wasn't ready. This is my first fight in this area, and I wasn't ready. I didn't know what I signed up for, guys. You don't like candy, dude? I fucking love candy. This guy, hey B90, what's good, man? Dude, -6 defense? Dude, these guys are kicking my ass. Holy shit, I wasn't ready. I was just blabbing.
早上好，中国！现在
冰淇淋，
冰淇淋，我很喜欢冰淇淋，但是速度与激情就比冰淇淋速度与激情就我最喜欢，所以现在是约会时间。
It's fine. It's fine. Nobody panic. Everything's gonna be okay. I know what I'm dealing with now. Holy shit. How you doing, B90? How's your night going? Jay, what are you doing? I believe he is working. I'm at work, yes. He is in fact working. I'm okay, and you? I'm pretty alright right now. Had a decent day at work. Pretty good day. No complaints. As mentioned in Jay's stream, funny enough, I got a raise today, which is nice. I can always use more money. I like money. Sick, congrats. Thank you, thank you. Fuck, why am I like this? I completely forgot to heal. I'm so proud of you. Aw, you know what that gets you? It gets you a little smooch. Come here, come here. Mwah. I physically kissed my camera. That's from the heart. Fuck yes, I'm so hard right now. Joey. Wait, we did Joey before.
Alright,
succeeding? Kissing my camera? Expressing my love for you guys? A Weedle appeared. Alright, hold on. Oh, it's because I forgot to fucking heal. That's what, yeah. It's okay. One of these motherfuckers has, Resurrection Potion. Honestly, dude, it might be in my best interest to, like, start over. No, this will be fine. It'll be Gucci. I'm locked in now, boys. And she got the blue pill. This stream is brought to you by Blue Chew! Insert boner joke. And getting hard. Wait, what? That's good. My phone was on my coochie, so you just kissed my kitty meow meow. Oh, dang. Well, you're welcome. Fuck! No! Okay, okay, okay. Because these enemies... Fuck! Am I ambushed? No, I'm good. don't think I've heard Kitty Meow Meow before. I had a call from my surgeon today over my MRI results. Apparently, I got the wrong one, so he couldn't see as much as he wanted. So, sorry, chat updated. I'm back to waiting on the good old slow-ass Canadian medical system. Fuck, man, I'm sorry to hear that. When is it scheduled yet, or are you waiting on availability? I'm not sure how it works. You say slow-ass Canadian medical system. Maybe we can relate. I don't know much about Canadian healthcare other than to a lot of Americans it sounds like some utopia, which I'm sure you guys got your own bullshit. So yeah, it's not like I don't like them, I just can't eat them. Oh, candy? You diabetic? No, I have some friends that they're diabetic. They eat candy and they just fucking shoot that insulin in. Yeah, man, but not for like 7 months already. Yeah, you mentioned that. I don't know how much longer you have to wait, and I'm sorry you have to deal with that. Canada blows come to America. Yeah, I honestly do. I have no idea the differences between the Canadian medical system and American healthcare. Fucking garbage. We should compare notes. Let's show off each other's papers. We'll get this right eventually. This one. No, fight. Yeah. No, I'm not diabetic. Why would you think that? Because you said you can't eat them. I'm just wondering why you can't eat. I don't know. It was the first thing that popped in my head. I have like 3 diabetic friends, so it was just when I thought I answered it. Did you? Did I miss a message? I'm asking why you can't. You just said you just can't eat them. I was wondering why you can't. Scroll up chat. Oh, shit. Oh, my bad. Sorry, I missed that. No, unfortunately, I don't really eat candy like... Oh, shit, I gotta scroll up. Sorry. No, I don't really eat candy like that. Also, my teeth are sensitive to sugar, cookies, cake, candy, etc. But like ice cream and popsicle sugar is fine since the anemia stim helps. Oh, that's good. Because those are the best ones. I will fucking go to town with some ice cream. Yeah. Okay. Oh man, there's a lot of enemies. Okay, can I fry a lot of them at once? Por favor! Por favor! I think this will work. Please, 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 please!
Here
Die! Alright, cool. I'm not friends with diabetics. No, you're just related to them. So he puts in a requisition and I have to wait for an opening. Usually you're like minimum 3 to 6 months for that. Then I can make my appointment to talk to the surgeon again, which could take another 2 months at least. Ah, damn, dude, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, so for sugar alternative would have to be Splenda or honey. Honey's a solid choice. Splenda's fine. Splenda's fine. I've had Splenda and shit. I'm like, oh, I can't even tell. And then until you tell me, then I can totally taste it. Yeah, man, I've been off for 7 months already. Yeah, that's fucked. Or cum. I don't think I've had that as a sweetener. God damn it! I didn't even move! I went up a little bit to check something and then fuck, I'm in the battle already. Where do you guys come from? Two's so much better. Like, I'm gonna finish this. Also, these guys are weak as shit. That was a waste.
What a cinch.
May I ask, what's your issue? So, I need a surgery. So if I need surgery, I can expect to be out for another year with how slow shit is here. I think I have a slap tear in my left... Wait. I think I have a slap tear in my left shoulder. It makes every motion painful. What's a slap tear? Superior labrum anterior to posterior is an injury to the cartilage rim at the top of the shoulder socket, often involving the bicep tendon attachment, causing shoulder pain, popping, catching, or instability, commonly from overuse in overhead activities or acute injury. That doesn't sound fun, dude. Yeah, I didn't know that. Thank you for telling me, but I'm sorry to hear that. It's cartilage inside the shoulder where the arm sits in the socket. Yeah, that checks out. Well, I hope you don't need surgery for one. But also, I'm just, I wish you didn't have to deal with all that bullshit. Dude, there's so many enemies here. Only way to fix it is surgical. Bummer. Oh yeah, these guys are super weak. I wasted my fucking SP. I have 2 surgeries on the right shoulder for the same problem.
Right,
and this is your left this time? Left shoulder, yeah. Oh.
Amy headed to the upstairs bathroom, while Shadow waited downstairs on the couch. Thus far, despite being a bit bored and wanting to continue the game, things were going alright. Then, at one point, his hedgehog sense tingled, which told him that Amy was up to something, so he gently made his way upstairs. As Shadow approached the bathroom, he could hear her moaning loudly, "Oh Shadow, fuck me. Fuck me hard." There was no doubt, Amy was pleasuring herself while thinking of him.
Thank you. I forgot you were doing that. Where the fuck am I going? Yes sir. What the fuck are we listening to? So since yesterday, Jay's been putting, Sonic and Mario fanfiction in the, text-to-speech. Fucking psychopath. Superior look, ass, and peen. Is that what they call it in the biz? Okay, yeah. This am I over leveled? This is way easy. Fanfiction, or is it his own personal collection of stories? I mean, both can be true, right? It could be fanfiction and his personal collection of fanfiction. Or he's saying like it's really him, and he's just like putting fucking Shadow and Amy and Sonic skin on it. Sick fuck. I know what kind of man you are. You're a Sonic. Oh yeah, wait, and I forget. It was either Paul or Jay, but one of those motherfuckers did Wreck-It Ralph and Fix-It Felix fanfic as well. I think that was Paul. Or Dry. Fuck, it was one of them. Ah, okay, at least he's dead. That's good.
So Shadow, any thoughts on how you'd like to fuck your dear Rose? Shadow smiled and wrapped his arms around Amy. Let's not get too hasty. Why don't we savor the experience? Shadow kissed Amy, who gladly wrapped her arms around him. He'd had quite the crush on her for a while now, but knowing that she was reciprocating his feelings meant a lot to him. Her lips were just so buttery soft and sensual, and combined with the fact that she was just so soft and cuddly to hug.
Very nice. Speaking of, I read a yaoi fanfiction of Shadow cross Sonic Preg Angst, where Shadow gives birth to a child. Post it in text to speech. How does that even work? Does he like birth it through his little peen? I need to know those details. What's that like? We're not built for childbirth. Or do hedgehogs have cooters too? I don't fucking know. This is Luke Village. I already told everyone here about you, and the village chief says that he would like to meet you. He says he wants to thank you. I'll be waiting at my house. I imagine as this fucking Sonic and Shadow bullshit you're posting, when Sonic finishes, he just goes, "Wow! All right, yeah!" And then there's like a big like, da, 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 da. And then like a big bee shows up behind them or something. And then you go to the fucking bonus area. It'll take a minute to find. Didn't save it, unfortunately. What does my chat become? So do you enjoy having your naked...
do you enjoy having your naked girlfriend on top, Shadow? Hey, there's no need to be shy. I mean, you wanted to fuck my brains out, right? Good, because I'm gonna make it so fucking hot for you. Amy took a condom from her nightstand, unwrapped it and put it on Shadow, who took a deep breath as he prepared himself for the inevitable. In the next moment, it happened. Amy mounted Shadow.
Dang, wait, so is Amy cheating on Sonic right now? Holy shit, dude. He's been fucking gooning for Sonic since fucking the Dreamcast, dude. Actually, the Genesis! Or, wait, would that be CD? Sonic CD? No. Which one did you say, Amy? It was a 2D one. Was it CD? Whatever. I'll be waiting at my house, so go on and see the village chief. Okay, see you later. Alright, peace. Folks here have tails.
Immediately, Shadow gasped as he felt Amy's warm wetness enveloped his cock. As if this wasn't enough, she began thrusting shortly thereafter, not very fast, but fast enough to get his blood pumping. He thought she had a nice body, especially admiring her full rack, but he didn't know how long he would last. So, everything good so far, Shadow? Shadow nodded. Very good, because I want you to come.
Stop! No. Good question. We all get our tail at an early age, so nothing to compare it to. I wonder, is it convenient for you to not have a tail? Nice. Well, I'm glad you're getting a kick out of it. He admired her body. What was it? Warm wetness. Alright. We've got outsiders in our village. What's worse? They're weird looking creatures without any horns or tails. What? Excuse me, why did you say that? So what? Hey, any foreigners know how to listen? I'm gonna be the village chief soon. Fuck you, dude. Alright, where do I go? I don't want to talk to any of you guys. Take me to the goal. What do you mean, you people? You don't even have any horns or tails or even tattoos. Tattoos? You mean like what sailors have? Sailors? I don't know about these sailors, but I know what tattoos are. They're proof of bravery, you bitch. Stone. Nope, no luck, I guess. What are you doing? I'm looking for a guiding stone. It's mysterious, beautiful stone that can make any wish come true. Any wish? Well, I wouldn't know about the birthing process because male hedgehog's penis is sheath. Male hedgehog penises penis sheaths are located higher that would resemble a belly button. I do remember hearing something like that. Sorry, it just referring to a penis sheath. That tripped me up for a sec. I looked the one where Sonic licked the cum off of Shadow more. Oh, you liked the one. Yeah, that was a really riveting tale, dude. It was a real page turner. I'm glad I had you to kind of keep that rolling. But I don't know if they're actually a reproductive system in fan fictions. That's fair, and they're anthropomorphic, you know. He's probably got like a BBC big blue cock, you know, and it just like looks like one of ours. But from his belly button, I want them to keep that. Keep the belly button peen, because that's funny. Aren't you the ones who rescued Rem as a thank you gift? Here's a yummy, fresh, pickled caterpillar. Ew, pickled caterpillar. Oh, I really couldn't accept it. Please give it to Sue. Justin, don't pass it to me just because you don't want to eat it. Yeah, put it in my inventory and use it when I need it. Idiots. Because it's a penis sheath. They don't just have it out, lol. I mean, in a way, isn't just like a regular foreskin a penis sheath, you know? Because like when I think of a sheath, I think of like a covering, you know, that completely envelops the blade. So the way a hedgehog sounds, it's more like a turtle head, right? It just retracts like metro tape, like or like a cable. Or like a cable for a vacuum cleaner. What's foreskin? It's the thing you were robbed of as a child, Jay. Get that checked out. My penis comes out of my belly button too. Wait, what? That was weird. Oh shit, I can save here. Oh, can I? Let me in! Let me in! Even though we're shrouded in this thick mist now, Look Village didn't have any mist long ago. Oh, is that right? That's incredible. No one's ever gone through it? I don't know if it's true or not, but there's an old legend about that. The god of light's misty shroud. I don't care. I go in here? Rem's house. Oh, yeah. I want to thank you for rescuing Rem. Thank you very much. By the way, as much as we'd like to host you here, I'm afraid I must ask you to visit the village chief first. You see, you must have his permission before you're allowed to stay overnight in this village. Fine. I only saved your kid's life, you know? Let me find this goddamn chief of yours. Oh, it's this way. Oh. It felt very like the suburbs. I thought I was getting to the suburbs just now. Places where they don't rent. No. Fuck does motherfucker live? Wait. I hate this. Like, at least zoom out. Where the fuck does this chief live? No, not this way. I will check every building. It's probably this one. That door. Yeah, boy. I am the chief of Lug Village. I heard that you rescued Rem. On behalf of the village, I would like to thank you. However, I must ask you to stay only a short while in this village. After all, we're peace-loving people, and we don't take too kindly to your kind. What do you mean? You want us to leave? I wouldn't go as far as that, but as hard as to say, it's just... It's like, I'm not racist, but... has this village been visited by others besides us? Do you tell everyone to leave? No, it's not that either. It's just that... Just to hear... You must receive the blessing of the God of Light, which clearly you don't have, you gaijin. So that's it. In that case, tell us how we can get this blessing. What do you say, Chief? I'll tell you. The God of Light, who protects us, lives at the top of the mountain behind this village. Go there and bring back the bottle of nectar that is in front of the statue. We place it there every Thursday for idiot visitors like you. That is how outsiders can come to be regarded as members of this village. The truth is that I wish not to disturb the peace of this village, but to rescue Rem, so I have no choice. Wait, I already rescued Rem. Am I tripping? You folks might think, oh wait, I gotta go to the fucking, yeah. Let's go to the... Ooh, we got magic plants. Cool. Dude, is that actual stereo? I didn't expect that. I picked that up. It looks like an item I can pick up. What's back here? No. It's the same. Jesus Christ. Hold on. Alright, I got like a little burp in me. It's the savory snack that's dried or fried and gets really crunchy. Tastes good with some sauces. Sounds good. Sounds like fried pickles, which I love. Yeah, let me recover and save again. How do I leave here? It was this way, I think. You can take your pickle and shove it up your ass. I could. That is in the realm of possibility. You know, it's not impossible. Jumbo dill. Nice, nice, nice. I mean, I've never tried it, but who knows? It might make for a decent seasoning, if you will. I wouldn't knock it. Alright, let me see. Oh shit, Solid's playing Smash. Ew, he's playing Smash Brothers. Dude. Play a good game. Wouldn't that burn your asshole? I fucking hate pickles. Oh dude, pickles are the shit. I don't know if it would burn my asshole. Let me see your penis for 2026. Are you talking about $2,026? Sure.
What a cinch.
What up, Travi? How you doing, dude? Can one of my mods do some shout outs? Just kidding, I don't think I have enough mods watching. Where am I going? It's part of my New Year's resolution. I want to see that shit. Alright, $2,026. Now that it's January, I'm regretting the 2025 tattoo I got across my whole dick. No. Just frame it like a timestamp, you know? Like, that's all. Like, this is when I got it. This is when I decided. It was the year of the 2-pounder. I got $20.26. Do something for me. And then I just do the glup dance from Smiling Friends. The I pop a nipple out. Shout out Travi 6999. 9999. I want to watch Glorious Bastards again. I haven't seen that in a long ass time. Alright, where the fuck am I going, bruh? Is it this way? I don't wanna. Thank you for the shouts, Jay. Close enough. Chris Griffin. I love you. I can't. That's a hard voice to do, dude. I want to take you away from here. I don't remember that. Wait, what game is that? Is that
I'm getting good at
what is that? Valorant? What is that? Overwatch? Is that the Overwatch? Thanks, Jay. I appreciate you. Oh, but Can don't stream. I wish he did. Can. That's why I said 2026 that way, LMAO. No, I gotcha. I gotcha. When the stripper spits in his mouth. Wait. How did we get here? Oh, but hold on. Wait. Ken, I've been playing Call of Duty campaigns. Are you proud of me? I don't play online because I play good games. No, I'm just kidding. But I've been binging the campaigns lately. If I stream, I'm auto banned in less than 24 hours. Actually, I could see that. We're playing with fire. She got hit? Which ones? So lately, within the past like 2-3 months, it's been Modern Warfare 3, which was finishing off something I started like a while ago. I played the remasters of 1 and 2 randomly. And I was like, I played 3 on 360 because that one never got the HD treatment. And then what was after that? Black Ops 1, Advanced Warfare, Ghosts, and then I said Black Ops 1 already, right? I started Black Ops Cold War because it's like a direct sequel to 1 in a weird way, and I just didn't have 2 or 3. Well, I got it, but it wasn't playing, so I got it used, so I bought it digitally later. Is that it lately? I feel like I'm missing one. I said Ghosts already. Wait. I was barely looking. What up, Travie? Travie McCoy. What? Oh wait, I should have just healed. Ah, next time.
Not bad, eh?
Shout out Howie Falter Snash 69.
I thought this was gonna be an audio tape.
What game is that? Look at this doof. Whoa.
Alright, Keen, you got me with that one.
Wait, no, it's tricking me. I went this way at first. Wait. Oh, that's your game. I thought that was this game. That was tripping me up for a sec. No! Are you guys like respawning or something? I just want to play 2. I should have just jumped to 2. Just been lost in these woods since the stream started. No, I'm not lost. I did the whole thing in the... No, I did the village stuff. I'm not even lost. I'm just annoyed at the encounter rate.
Not bad, eh?
And I'm talking too much. Oh shit. Oh cool, that worked. Wait, I thought I did auto. I got herbs. Oh, and then herbs again. And then ooh, life seed. I'm not gonna give that to Sue. Die, Ent! Jay, I'm so glad you're playing Assassin's Creed. I feel like it's been an understatement. Assassin's Creed is great. It really is. And I don't know what it is. You know what it is? I attribute this all to my coworker, Daniel. Assassin's Creed is his favorite franchise. Like, he likes Assassin's Creed like I like Resident Evil, you know? Like, that's his shit. And I mentioned, like, in passing at work that, I kind of left off halfway through Valhalla just 'cause it's so fucking long. And he basically begged me to pick it up again, and after, like, months, I've just been like, yeah, I reinstalled it. And I started playing it, and I got hooked. So it's like, I just feel like I'm back on the Creed, you know?
Not bad, eh?
Like, Mirage is great so far. Hey, nice. Yeah, Mirage, I'm really digging Mirage. It really does feel like, like the best of both worlds in a way, because it does have the modern combat system, but everything else around it really does feel classic. Like even the parkour, like you're back to kind of needing to grab onto shit rather than just climbing shit like Spider-Man. Remember Assassin's Creed 2 around the very beginning of the game where Ezio was getting laid? They got interrupted by cannons going off. I don't actually, but what up, your boy? Because I did, here, look, you can even see it right now. I have, no, not sleep. Been playing Assassin's Creed 2 because I got the Ezio collection just because like all this shit. And it was on sale for Christmas. I got all of them on Switch for $30, which is a great deal. Yeah. So I got the Ezio trilogy. Anyway, sorry. I'm not there yet. I don't remember that. I've only been playing for like an hour. But it's good. But yeah, so sorry, just let me geek out about it for a second because I think it's a great deal. So I got, like I said, all of the ones that are available on Switch. So I got the Ezio trilogy. I got the what they call it, the Americas one, I think, which was 3 and Rogue. No. I got 3 separately because 3 is remastered. The other one I got, it's 4 and Rogue. And actually, where do I see this? Is it virtual game cards? Is this it? Ignore that. Yeah. Okay, so I got the Rebel Collection, which is Rogue and 4, the Ezio trilogy, and then 3 remastered on Switch. What a waste. Actually, dude, it's pretty cool. Like, it looks good on the screen because it's 720, and it's a very stable 30 frames a second, which is what I played these games at prior. I own them all on Xbox and PC. I own them all on Xbox 360, and which ones do I have any on Steam? Let me check real quick. I don't know if I have any on Steam. I have one on Steam, which is the only one I can't get anywhere else, which is annoying. Why didn't they remade 1 or remastered 1? That's like an obvious choice. That game needs a facelift. I only have 1 on Steam. But no, dude, no, they actually run really well on Switch. I was pretty impressed. It's pretty cozy. Most of my last playthrough was on the Series X. Yeah, no, I get it. Oh, also, I keep forgetting, you're kind of biased with handhelds. You just don't like them, right? No, honestly, dude, it's like, to me, I think they're just like pretty versions of the 360 versions. I could play them at 2K at 165 frames. No, dude, I totally get it. I totally get it. But to me, there's something about having it like, you know, here, I can cuddle with the motherfucker or whatever. Or when I'm in bed, supposed to be sleeping, I could play that, you know, when I'm pooping. it's awesome. No, I hear you though. I hear you. Like, to me, I just because there's an objectively superior way to play something doesn't mean it's the only way to experience something. Like, I've been spoiled by high frame rates too, but I think Assassin's Creed at 30 is fine. That's how I played them initially. Wait. Does the version of Assassin's Creed on Switch get all the primary colors? Yes, and the tertiary and secondary. It does. Yeah, let Joey play on shitty platforms. Dude, I remember the Switch came out too. I was totally being a hater. I was a late adopter. I got my Switch 2 years ago, roughly. Yeah, it was about 2 years ago. I like it. I don't like. It's not going to be the way I play games like Wolfenstein or something. You know what I mean? But like there are games where it's like, God damn, am I gonna die? Sorry. I used to play Blackfire on the Nintendo Wii U, which I think is a serviceable way to play it. I don't play my Switch games on my Switch anymore. Switch emulation on the PC is better experience than my real Switch. I get it, but like I said, for me, the big draw is that it's handheld. It's not even like me taking it on the go. It's like, you know, there are nights where it's like I'm playing on the Switch on my couch while YouTube's running on my TV or something, you know, where I have a movie on. Like, I don't know. Steam Deck supremacy. Yeah, I don't have a Steam Deck. Dude, actually, I wish I did. Because I would do that with a Switch deck, you know? What was I gonna do? I was gonna heal. Oh, wait, I was gonna show you. So, yeah, like I said, I just have quote-unquote Switch games, right? Not like full first party, but like, you know, Persona 5 Royal, which I get at a great deal. This is a physical card. I got this complete in box for 15 bucks on OfferUp. I think it's a great deal. This, like I said, all of for 30 bucks. They play great and they look good on the screen. Neon Blood's kind of neat. Cosmic Invasion's a cool beat 'em up. Breath of the Wild, Jay's favorite Zelda. I got the Pixel Remasters, Mario Odyssey, Genesis Classics, Ace Attorney Trilogy, you know, Kuni. Like these are fine little cozy handheld games. Oh, and the remastered Tomb Raiders run, I think they run like full 60 frames a second on Switch, which is great. Animal Crossing, you know, random beat 'em ups, Mario Kart, you know. Like I'm not gonna play, was it Doom Eternal on this? Because that's insane. Why hasn't there been a porn parody of Assassin's Creed called Ass Ins Creed and they use dildos as hidden blades? Not gonna lie, dude. That's a great question because it's obvious. Can you imagine? And then he fucking pulls out his little dildo blade. And then it's a girl assassin, and then she does a leap of faith off a building and lands on a dick. All right. Here we go. I actually really need this. Live! It's not enough! I need like a heal all. I don't have any of these. Who's more dying? I think you are. Yeah. You stupid bitch! That's my boy! That's my boy! I fucking... I was gonna say, I don't know why I love Chucky so much, but yeah, I do. Because he's the fucking shit. Who doesn't... Oh, I was gonna say who doesn't love Chucky. And I feel like Jay's gonna hop in. I don't love Chucky. Chucky's sick, dog. You guys use your height. I should have seen that coming. I should have seen that coming. Good one. That was a solid burn. All right, fuck. I'm a little worried. Which one of you fuckers has the most health? Actually, I think I can kill them all normally now, but I gotta be prepared. Like the best song in Lion King, I gotta be prepared. Oh wait, maybe not.
You can't get away with that!
It's Chucky, of course. But you know, I like a lot of the icons. Even though most of Freddy's movies suck dick, I love that character, you know. But I think I just love horror in general. It's probably my favorite genre. And I think the thing that maybe I gravitate towards a lot with Chucky, besides the concept and just hearing this fucking angry ass 45-year-old man coming out of this My Buddy doll, you know, I think there's an inherent appreciation of special effects with horror. And I feel like for the most part, at least his place in the industry, I think he's absolutely a milestone of animatronics. And you know, practical effects and stuff. Not to diminish, you know, like I said, Freddy earlier or something with like the prosthetics and shit. Or, you know, Tom Savini's work in the Friday series or anything like that. But I feel like just as importantly, Chucky and the animatronics and the puppeteering behind him is kind of a big deal. And Brett Dorff's performance, that madman. No? So yeah, and you know, a voodoo thing, a voodoo chant, letting a serial killer escape death by possessing a doll. I like Chucky fine, but I'm not sure there was anything groundbreaking. You don't think so? Were there any full puppeteered characters like that before Child's Play? I mean, there's like claymation shit. Like, does Puppet Master predate Chucky? What about Puppet Master? Gremlins. Ooh, those are good. I'm a big Gremlins guy. I like Gremlins. Touché. And that was Jim Henson, right? Did Jim Henson do Gremlins? But still, fuck you. Chucky's a good deal. Chucky rocks. Dude, I like how, if you look at the command line, they look like sperm. They look like evil, pissed off sperm. Look at these guys on the bottom right. Tell me those aren't sperms. I got sperm C and sperm B.
What a cinch.
The dummy for Goosebumps versus Chucky versus the puppets from Puppet Master, free for all. Who you got winning and the puppets from Puppet Master are also fighting against each other. Who you got winning and the puppets from Puppet Master are also fighting against each other. Okay. If your mom looks like a sperm when I'm done with her. Nice. Burn. Okay. Because here's the thing, man. Because I cummed. Oh, that's what you meant. Actually, I'm gonna snooze the ad. My money might still be on. Honestly, dude, it would either be Chucky or one of the puppets. Slappy's the first one to go. Slappy's a pussy. Slappy's a bitch. I gotta go on patrol. Damn it, you're leaving right when it's getting good right now, too. Yeah, Slappy's going down quick. I would think Chucky, not just because, you know, he's a little psychopath, serial killer, before these puppets, which are still smaller than he is. I would say because he's also a master of voodoo. So there could actually be some bullshit spell he can probably do to like incapacitate or, you know, put himself ahead of the puppets. If the puppets were fighting together, they would fuck Chucky up. But if they're also fighting each other, I imagine a big free-for-all. So I would put my money on Chucky still. I think a lot of Chucky's advantage is he's got ambush tactics. That's one thing. So if it's like a battle royale, he wouldn't have that. And one criticism I hear a lot about Chucky is people will be like, dude, if Chucky attacked me, I'll just throw him. They don't realize, guys, it's a voodoo. Okay? Yeah, he's a doll, but he's as strong as a guy. I think that's... It hasn't been like explicitly stated in the movies, but I think that's generally accepted. I think Chucky is as strong as a full-grown man. He's as strong as he was before he got in the body. Because if he was just as strong as fucking Felton Cotton, then, you know, blow your nose with him. Now, what if we threw Megan and Annabelle in the mix? Megan would probably win because she's got super strength. And she could do like all the fucking robot calculations probably, you know what I mean? Like I imagine, like, remember when Superman and the Flash were doing that shit in the bad Justice League cut? And Flash is running by him and Superman's eye catches up to him, you know? I imagine that with Annabelle. Counterpoint, Chucky gay. No, dude, we got a wife and kid. What if I just put Chucky in the microwave? You can't, man. Can you? Are you strong enough to put a full-grown man in the microwave? I mean, I think. Okay, I'll give you this. He weighs as much as the doll, probably, but just strength, man. He's fucking grippy, dude. You've seen the movies when he's like on their backs and the legs are kicking up like this. it's every Chucky movie. Just look, they always do that cut. I'm strong enough if that man was Chucky size. Okay, yeah, you can do Chucky, but like I said, I feel like his grapple game. He's as strong as Charles. Well, I am shadow banned in Call of Duty. Welcome back, Gremlin. And what do you mean by shadow banned in Call of Duty? How do you get shadow banned? Because I thought, correct me if I'm wrong, but I was under the impression that shadow banned just means you're not in somebody's algorithm, right? So it's like you're not banned, but you're just not being advertised to people like on YouTube or something, right? Well, that's because he was fighting a woman and a kid. No, he's fought men. Fucking Mike Norris. Andy Barkley as an adult. What other men has he fought? I don't think he grappled with Jesse or whatever the fuck his name was in Ride. And they killed everybody in Seed. I'm trying to think of people that fought back and had like a chance. But most of the time when he's finding them men, he's ambushing them. Yeah, I said that earlier. One of Chucky's strengths is his ambush tactics, his stealth game. He ambushes. That's absolutely a big factor. Which is why I was saying earlier is he doesn't have that advantage, assuming it's like some fucking killer doll puppet battle royale. And which is why also you said all the puppets from Puppet Master are also battling each other. If they were all on the same team, Chucky dead. If they're all fighting separately, not as a group, then Chucky could pull through. I think Chucky could. You get reported for anything, and then they shadow ban you, and in limited matchmaking, hold on, when, sorry. With high ass ping while they review your account, whether you actually did anything or not. Yeah, and I heard Call of Duty, like it's easily reported now. Like you don't really have to you can just be accused, right? And I heard they actually record everything you say, and if you like drop any bombs or you're too mean, you're banned also. Like without even being reported. Is that a thing? Did you ever read the comics for Chucky? Yes, I did. Where he went to a toy store to hide out and all the other toys were trying to kill him because he was giving toys. Wait, I don't remember that. A bad name and sales were down for toys because of Chucky. That's stupid. That's stupid if they were. Like, would Melatonin get a bad name because fucking Freddy Krueger? This sounds like some nerd shit. I like Gremlins. So Gremlins is great. Let's talk about Gremlins, dude. I have a Gremlin at my cubicle at work. I was gonna pull it and show it, but I forgot I took him to work. I dropped 30 kills while singing the song Every Time We Touch through proximity chat. Not being toxic, just vibe into white girl music. Also, yeah, they monitor voice chat and text. Well, that sucks. I don't appreciate how they treated you. On your behalf, I'm sorry. Sorry you had to deal with that. That pissed me off too. Oh, we're taking a break. Fuck. Wait, do I have fire? I don't. Oh, I do. Stupid. It's fine. It's not the first time I've been shadow banned. I've never been shadow banned, but also I don't play online, so there's that.
Burnout. Oh, flame, burn him.
Kill him! Fuck. It's like, I can't tell if I'm under level or over level. Some enemies like fucking wipe my ass with them, and then other enemies, they just fucking bend me over. It's fucking annoying. Wait, yeah, I should heal, because you got 16 health, girl. Do you have the female tranny gremlin? I do not. I have a gremlin that Deadwolf gave me. It's from NECA. You've heard of that company? And it's just a generic gremlin. He's got like a top hat. Not a top hat. He's got like one of those like propeller hats. And it's like it's got the bill on it, and it comes with props. He's got a soda, he's got popcorn, he's got sunglasses, he's got like a little Atari controller, like a joystick. I think that's it. Did you see that
Oh, flame burn 'em.
Key and Peel skit where they were? Yes, I did. And honestly, dude, to me, that was one of my favorite skits they've ever done. Not necessarily like just because the content and the writing, it was because of the timing. So I mentioned earlier that I fucking love Gremlins. I like Gremlins 1. Gremlins 2 I appreciate now, but like growing up, I wasn't a big fan of it just because like it went too goofy for me. Like I liked how Gremlins 1, I'd say it was a horror comedy, but it took itself kind of seriously at points. Gremlins 2 is a comedy, you know? It's a cartoon. And I mean cartoon loosely, it's live action, but you know what I mean. And I didn't like it for the longest time, but it grew on me. And I remember I was talking to a roommate at the time about it, and we were geeking out about it because he likes 2 more than 1, I like 1 more than 2, and we agreed how fucking goofy it went. And then literally that weekend, that skit aired. You know what I mean? So it just cracked us up. That's all. I was just like, Daughtry! Daughtry! Like it was one of those things. You know? My cat has a zoomies. Crazy bitch. I keep getting 69 gold. Thanks, game. It's not this way, is it? Can't be. And there's this. No, because this is right. Yeah, follow the fucking arrow. What do you think Gremlins 3 will have? I don't think we're gonna get Gremlins 3. They're lying to us. Please stop. Hold on, sorry. Oh, wait a minute. Where is the mountain peak? Hold on, I'm tripping. You don't think 3 will ever be made? No, I do not. I think at best we'll get a remake or reboot thing at some point, but I don't think it'll ever be a true Gremlins 3. I thought some progress would have been made when we got that Netflix cartoon or HBO Max. Secret of the Mogwai or whatever the fuck they call it, which is actually kind of enjoyable, but it's been what, 4 years since then. I don't think we're gonna get a Gremlins 3. Everybody's too old, practical effects are expensive, and nobody likes looking at it except nerds like us. Yeah, I would love a Gremlins 3. I just don't think with the market now and studios being pussies, I don't think they'll do it. Hold on, sorry, let me check something. Oh, that's right, I gotta go to this motherfucker's house. Oh, I'm near the weapons store. Stop nerding on things. I like drinking brewskis and doing bro shit. Well, amen to that, brother. Here, cheers. Aura staff, wood axe, yeah, boy. Oh, dude, I got a lot of money, and it's not even like that much of an upgrade. Right? Trade, yeah. Do it. No, keep the holy, because I don't know if I'm running into a ghost again. I need some way to fight back. Yeah. Did you see the trailers for that movie? What movie? I'm sorry. What movie? Oh, Primate. I want to see that new horror movie, Primate, that's coming out. Yeah. My bad, dude. I didn't read your last message. Yeah, I want to see Primate. It looks like my kind of stupid, do you know? That's the kind of shit that I fucking lose my shit over. It looks awesome. Oh, not buy, trade. Oh, I gotta sell shit. That's what that's telling me. Yeah, dude, I really want to see that. That looks fun. I'll give you the knife. Welcome, I've got everything. Okay, if you're buying, have a look around. If you're selling, come talk to me. Oh, I know. Why are you telling me this now? Oh, everybody's getting an upgrade. Wait, well, let me see what else we got. Okay. I'm rewatching Ghost Stories dubbed. I'm on episode 13 right now. How many episodes are there? And I've never seen it before. I mean, I've never seen all of it before. I'm sorry. I've seen a few episodes of the dub for Ghost Stories, and it's fucking hilarious. How many episodes are there? It did do it? Oh, it did. It just, okay, the audio didn't do it. Okay. 20. It's on Tubi. Oh, dude. I love Tubi. You know what pisses me off about Tubi, dude? Is it won't let me give it money, you know? Like, it has a kind of an underrated library. I think Tubi has like a stellar lineup, but it's all ads. I fucking hate ads. And there's no paid option. So it won't let me give them money. And I'm like, why you do that? Why you do that? You don't like money? The movement goes down. Oh, dude, movement goes down a lot. No, it's not worth defense if my fucking movement's gonna get cut in half and less. Holy shit, fuck off. Fuck you. I have no mana eggs. Shit. Anyone could put anything on Tubi. Like, I could upload stuff on Tubi if I want. Yeah, but dude, it's got dinosaurs and Cadillacs. You know what I mean? It's got Reboot. You hear me? It's got fucking Roughnecks on it, dude. That's what's important here. That's the fucking Tubi difference. It's also got how the Grinch stole my bitches. Yeah, but you gotta sift through the shit. That's the thing. Oh, there's a lot, actually. It's all the whole combined library here. Alright, shit. Sell that. Sell that. Wait, I thought when I traded, it would get rid of it. Not got. Yeah, no. So I get it. I might fumble for a second. But, I know you're at work, and I know you're using text-to-speech. or speech to text. So I have to. I might read it wrong, but I'll decipher it. I know what you're saying. I keep that. You got a lot of fucking antidotes. Oh, he's got 100. But let me actually see how that fares. It's worse. Okay, I'll sell the hunter bow. Cool. All right, I'm topped off, if you will. Wait, can I buy items? Let me see what each character's got first. God damn it. Okay, antidote. Let me give an antidote to her. Give antidote. Fina. This is like the worst. No RPG should ever be caught fucking dead having an inventory cap. Like, what the fuck? In all honesty, the commercials aren't that bad most of the time. I only get one 30-second ad at a time. Yeah, and it's free. And I would say it is on the more generous side with the ads. But still, if I can give you how much would 2B cost in you know, the real world setting, $9.99. I'll give them $10 a month to fuck off. Because like they have a great library. 2B's, like I said, it doesn't have Stranger Things on it or whatever. So that's the first thing that came to mind. I know it's a hot topic right now, but you know what I mean. But it's got the goods. As far as older shit goes, I don't think it's got nothing new other than, what was it earlier you said? How the Grinch Stole My Bitches? Yeah, you got, for every X-Men Evolution or oh wait, what's another show? The entire Godzilla lineup. You get a How the Grinch Stole My Bitches, you know? Is there an inn? I need an inn. I'm gonna guess it's at this motherfucker's house. House 2. Oh, what's in here? You guys came from the outside, so I guess I can tell you. It ought to be okay to blab to the chief's secret. But then again, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this. Still, I'd sure like to tell you. What is it? Come on, tell me. Alright, but if I tell you, you gotta promise not to tell anyone. Here it is. You cunt. This is house 3, right? Oh, weapon store. Stupid, I was just there. This has to be the inn. House 3. House 4. Where's this bastard's house? This is the chief's bullshit over there. Is it over here? I think it is. No. Wait. Where's, what's his name? Oh, those little humanoid kids. Where's his house? What's his name and where's his house? Who's your daddy and what does he do? Oh, I can heal here, actually. Rem's house. Rem, there we go. I'm gonna do this anyway. Recover. Save. One of my favorite things to watch on Tubi is Cops Reloaded. What's Cops Reloaded? They had an episode where a lady stole cake and 4 police officers showed up to her house to ambush her and arrest her. Is that the animated series? Is it the Cops animated series? I want to thank you all for rescuing Remy. Yep. Wait, no! Did I not visit the chief? You guys my advice? Wait, I thought I did. Wait, what the fuck? Hang on. I thought I did. This way. No. Where that motherfucker at? It's over here. No, it's Cops, but they did a spin-off, so it was newer episodes. I never heard of that. When did this come out? Fast forward. Oh, here's the chief's bullshit. I thought I talked to the chief. Chief, go to the mountain's peak. Oh, and take the bottle of nectar. So I still can't. You folks might think it's rather strange, but you'll officially become members of the village. Fuck. There was one episode where they were chasing someone and he ran through a house, so cops took a drone and started chasing him with a drone. That sounds kind of awesome. So I'm talking to the chief. I talked to these guys, and then, okay, so then I guess I gotta. This house is like 4. Yeah, where's Rem's house? Rem's house is right here. Yeah. Talk to his papa, and he's like, "Get the fuck on out of here! I want to thank y'all for rescuing Ram. Thank you very much. By the way, it's a pleasure to host you here." Okay. Okay, so then yeah, then I gotta go to the mountain's peak. I got advice from, okay, and then that's the mission. Okay, so I'm looking at this the wrong way. I thought I had to talk to that motherfucker to come here, but no, I gotta come here, and they're like, no, go check out the chief and do whatever fucking fuck shit he's sending you on. Also, I think this is a different entrance. This is a different save point. There's 2 save points here. Wait, what did I say? Got a light. Okay, here we go. We're going the right way. Man, like I said, this is a good game, but in a weird way, so I hate skipping. Like, I can't just jump into Final Destination 5, you know? I have to watch 1, 2, 3, and 4 randomly. It's even worse with games for me. I can't just play Grandia 2. I gotta play Grandia 1. And that was my excuse to play Grandia 2 on stream. But like now, I just want to play Grandia 2. Like, I'm not gonna skip it. I've gone this far. I'm like 25, 30% done with this game right now.
Pretty easy.
I gotta just finish it. It's cute. It gets better. But 2 is like perfect from beginning to end. I keep glazing 2, but for good reason. It's good. Cops. What was it called again? Cops Reloaded. Cops Reloaded. 2013. Wow, did it still have the bad boys? What you gonna do? Did it still have that as the intro? This is important, actually. 1 second. Here's what's gonna happen. Don't worry about it. We're gonna watch the intro for Cops Reloaded. I have no clue. I've never heard of this shit. Wait, does it really have to be on this? Cops Reloaded intro. The way you're talking sounds like when someone gets catfished and they're like, well, I'm already here with her. Might as well go ahead and try to fuck her. Yeah, that's fair. Is this it? Bad boy! Yeah, this is it. Yeah, I've never heard this or heard of this before. I didn't know they tried bringing cops back. Nice. Yeah, I had no idea. Look, that has a fucking cool ass title card. Shut up. Funny. Here we go. Alright, let me bring this back. Open source projector. New window. Boom! Now they just do live PD. That's not the same producers, right? Is it? It's gotta be like a completely different thing. It just Cops started it. 69, nice! Dude, that's like the 8th 69 tonight. I've been keeping score. What you gonna do? No, but it's like the only Cops like show. Yeah, no, I've seen it. I was just curious because you know how like the creators of Cops, live PD. I don't know. For one of the writers of Scary Movie. I don't know if you can hear it, but I have the 90s Mortal Kombat movie on right next to me. It's a bop, dude. It's a bop. Like, you know what's cool? One, it's Paul W.S. Anderson, and then two, this isn't making it cool. And then two, it's from the fucking 90s, like the Wild West of video game adaptations. Like, considering that, and then the fact it's PG-13, and a few minor plot things, like with Sub-Zero and Scorpion, it's actually not that inaccurate. Like, for the most part, it's actually kind of a mostly faithful retelling of the events of the first game. I can't find the number, but I wonder how much the musician that did the Cops theme makes off of that. How much money did the Bad Boys song singer make off of Cops? Inner Circle, the band behind the Bad Boys theme for the show Cops, reportedly sold the song's rights to the show's producer for a one-time fee of just $2,500. Though the song became a massive hit and likely generated significant royalties over the show's long run, far exceeding the initial payment of the band members, especially songwriter Ian Lewis and their publishers over decades of licensing. I don't know how much they made off of royalties. How much royalties does Inner Circle get per month? What are the answers? I don't know. I gotta do more research. Cops has earned over 400 million. The Bad Boys sold over 7 million copies. Whatever. Fine! Who's next? You! Oh shit. He actually might get tired. No, he's good. Right there. Boom! I'm going to bed. Can you marathon this and Grandia 2 tonight? Why? So I'll play a good game next time? Is that why? Best viewers on my dick! Fuck off, breathtaking educator for FZFG. I don't know what that means. Dude, honestly, dude, if I could finish this tonight and just jump into 2, I'd really appreciate that.
All right, we won.
Cause like I think this is a cute game, but I think 2 is a good game. Like this is a cute story, you know, like as a game, it's a nice like proof of concept, but the combat system is like way more expanded and like taken advantage of in 2. It's darker. I don't have to deal with this fucking middle schooler bullshit story. But it does have charm to it. Like it kind of reminds me a bit of Dragon Ball in a weird way. Like original Dragon Ball. But 2 is like Berserk. Okay, it's not that crazy. I think you can Grandia's nuts. Yeah. That was pretty good. I actually didn't see that coming. You got me. You also didn't see these nuts coming. Right? Be kind, rewind. Wait, who said they're going to bed? Oh, good night. Good night, Paul. Thanks for hanging out, dude. Outbreak soon. Oh, wait, Paul. Are you here? Are you here, Paul? Did you leave me, Paul? Have you abandoned me yet, Paul? I'm free for Resident Evil Outbreak on Thursday if you are. I was gonna say Outlast, but Outbreak came out, and I was like, oh, I gotta play Outbreak with people. We're over the hump. We have 2 levels left out of 5. If you think you can just walk away. No. Also, dude, the holidays fucked my schedule. Between like social commitments and then the fact that 2 major holidays fell on my streams. You know, I can't stream Christmas Eve and Christmas, and then I can't stream. Well, also, I worked New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. I was working an event. But yeah, I'm back. All right, I'm trying my best.
All right, we won.
What would you rather relive for the first time? Watching the live-action Dragon Ball Z movie or watching the Death Note live-action Netflix movie? Okay, I have a counter question. Or this is just like a little like, am I reliving the experience? Like, of watching it the first time? Like with the same people, the same environment? Or is it just knowledge of the movie being discovered again? You know what I mean? Because even though these are bad movies, I have kind of good memories of watching them, if that makes sense. Just because the people I was with. Everything. Okay. For the first time? When you say Dragon Ball Z movie, you're talking about Dragon Ball Evolution? Which, sorry, I don't want to get into that. It's Dragon Ball Evolution. I would pick that. I think it's a significantly worse movie. I would much rather watch the Death Note from Netflix, even though that pissed me off too. But the Dragon Ball Evolution viewing was at a very cool point in my life. It was that year between high school and art school. And I kind of miss some of the people that were in my life at that point. So I would pick that one. I picked Dragon Ball Evolution. Even though I absolutely fucking hate that movie. I'll make it more interesting. I'll throw in the live action Avatar Last Airbender and live action Fullmetal Alchemist. My answer doesn't change. Because funny enough, the people that I saw the live action Last Airbender with are the people that I saw. Holy shit. I got a fucking treasure trove over here. I'm rich! Are the people that I saw, yeah, Last Airbender and Dragon Ball Evolution are the same crowd. And I miss those people very much. Yeah. I'm gonna pick the Mist Whip. And I'm gonna check my inventory, get my armor. Got a little turn around for a second. Has one oh, dude, what? These are great. Actually, I'm gonna pick Justin, dude. Fucking hell yeah. And then what? Does she benefit from this? No. That's awesome. I didn't realize I had that. I mean, I saw it in my inventory, but I didn't see how much it was doing. That's kind of sick. Trust. Trust. She fucking hates me. Trust. Alright. Oh shit. I can't save? Alright, I'll be fine. This game's easy. This game's easy as shit. This is baby shit. Oh, real quick. I cannot be seen playing a game right here without a movie on. So, Mortal Kombat just rewound. I'm gonna put it in the case. What's next? Oh wait, didn't I buy some? Oh, I'm gonna put Fist of Fury on. I'll be right back. I'm gonna put Fist of Fury on. Be right back. And you know what? Hold on. I gotta pee a little bit. I'm gonna go pee too, okay? Be right back.
I'm saying? Not a good one, but that's how I win. I could dip something. You know what I'm saying? Let's give Tofu a shout out.
What game is that? Black Screen Simulator? I'm crying. I guess I shouted out Pokeball or Pokecatch. That's funny. And then I heard that. I was like, oh shit. Like, is my fire alarm going off for a second? That scared the shit out of me.
It was like 18 gigs for me, I think, on my PlayStation.
Blake,
Something
you
crazy
need
like that.
anything repaired or even a simple bypass, and I'm your man.
If any of you take on any damage, get back to me ASAP, and I'll help you out.
Brother!
I'm not carrying any dead bodies back.
I have the recessive genes.
I'm locked, loaded, and ready to make shit dead.
Blah, blah, nigga. All right, let's go.
Save my daughter. And tell her I'm sorry I wasn't
Bitch.
better.
It's supposed to be super scary. Oh, wow. Dude, she's like farted blood out. She's like, blah. It was like a pool.
Self-destruct sequence has been activated.
Oh, shit.
Hey. Okay. Oh shit. Oh shit. All right, joke's on you. I'm into this. Reboot. Reboot. Remember that reference? Yeah, I knew you would, buddy. Joey.
Which is why I encourage all of you, just go out there and compliment somebody, you know? I do it all the time.
Lower difficulty? Fuck you! I'm gonna lower these nuts onto your chin. Dicks. Dicks. Dicks.
Oh, shit. He's eating her butt. He's eating her butt. Don't eat my butt.
It's the FBI, motherfucker! Open up!
Catch. Oh shit! Later, Prince. No, I did not. No, I did not. Ew. Ew. Damn, dude. What the fuck were you drinking? Thank you. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. These nuts. Gang, gang.
Fat chicks to stake them now!
Sucks about a shotgun ammo, but there'll be more. You know? Wait, what the fuck?
I barely know you, but you seem cool. Here you go. What?
Oh, 8 down sights? Oh, I know, right? I guess I could technically fake it. Ah, shit!
That was a real scream that time. Fuck. I hate you. I hate you.
All right, I'm back.
Give me my knife back, bitch.
Oh wait, this one. Wait. When you watched Dragon Ball Evolution and then saw the show Shameless, and you saw the character Steve, were you like, that's Goku? I was not, because I've never seen that show. I've heard it's good. I know it's popular. Do you like it? I've never seen it. All I know. Oh wait, there you go. I'm back. All I know is that it's got the fucking shoveler in it from Mystery Men. I think Michelangelo from the Michael Bay Ninja Turtles is in there. The guy from The Bear is in there. The guy that looks like he got stung by a bee constantly. He's got bulgy eyes, dude. His eyes are insane. But then Goku and Chi-Chi from Evolution are in there, and that's all I think they fuck. That's all I know. I think I don't know. I don't know why I have this image, but whatever. I think it came from that show. Never seen it. Dude, I fucking love this movie. I like it. How many seasons are there? It's like, what, 5, 6 seasons? Oh, you know what's funny? There's a scene that actually made me want to watch Shameless. It's the part Chi-Chi's little brother gets held up at like a restaurant he's working at, and he just fucking beats the shit out of the guy. I saw that scene, and that actually made me want to watch the show. He's a little wigger one. That's, yeah, okay. Like I know the imagery of the show, I've just never seen it. Our goal is the end of the world. It'll be hard for us if we get kicked out of Luke Village now. Okay, let's take it. Nectar of the Gods acquired. Alright, I feel like I'm gonna have to fight, but bye. Are we good? Oh, we're good. Shit, bro. I wish I could just fucking teleport to like where I was, you know? It's like, let me skip this. It's okay if I'm under level. This game's easy. Carl? I have no idea. Maybe? Shameless Carl. Let me see. Yeah. Little Wigger. that one. But yeah, I saw, like I said, I saw a clip of him at like he was like a clerk, or I think he's working at like fast food, and then yeah, I think I have a very specific image of him hitting a guy that shot at him with like the basket you fry shit with, you know? Yeah, it's Carl. I had to Google that. Shameless Carl, that's him. If I watch the show, it's probably because of that scene. Or the prospect of seeing Chi-Chi do the no-nos. That also is a motivating factor in me watching that show. But it's been, I don't know, how old is that fucking show? I haven't seen a single episode. Somebody I know is a big fan, and I think about it, but I've never seen it myself. I remember hearing somebody geek out about it, but I was like, you know, you ever have somebody like geek out about something, but they're talking about it like you have any passing knowledge? And I'm just like, what? Who? Those are always fun. Because, like, you know what? I've said this before. One of my favorite things is just listening to fucking people geek out about shit that they, like, love. You know? And it doesn't matter. I'm sure that matters to a degree of what it is, but, like, just hearing somebody being like, oh, dude, fucking. Like, it could be anything. Powerpuff Girls, or. You know, I'm trying to think of something else. Like Tekken, or Batman. Just, like, hearing shit that people gush about, like, just with that passion behind it, it's like my favorite thing. It also has the dude that plays Dog Walker, or whatever his name is, from the last season of The Boys in the show Shameless. Dog Walker? Who the fuck is Dog Walker? Terror? Bentley the Bulldog? Bentley the Bulldog. The boys. Oh wait, what? Hold on. What the fuck are you talking about? Dog walker? Dude, I don't know who you're talking about. It's probably a text to speech or speech to text thing. Or I just don't know who the fuck Dog Walker is. That's possible. It sounds like the boys character, but I have no idea who that is. Then I have no choice. Now, you must all drink some of that nectar. Huh? Drink the nectar? Once the nectar enters your mouths, the god of light will accept you as one of us. Is this Awa? Is this how we get accepted by Awa? You can just put the jar to your lips without really drinking. It's the symbolism, that's all. It's more of a formality. It's more of the gesture of it. Or you can simply be on your way. You can drink it, you can pretend, or you can fuck off. We wouldn't mind all, you know? Fucking, I'll drink it, dude. Let's just pretend to drink it like this. Yes. The god of light now regards you as one of us. That's a very easy trial here. However, what? Dude, quit making me interact with them. Give me a dude, I hate when games do this. Because there's times where it's like, I'll walk away thinking I'm done, you know? Don't give me, like, okay, I'll initiate a conversation with the NPC. Let me press X at the motherfucker. That's fine. We're talking. That's fine. And then it ends and I can walk away. It's like, don't make it mandatory for me to press X again to keep talking to them. Give me one conversation. Don't give me 3 interactions that like are game like necessary for progression. Just keep it to 1. What are you doing? I'm not going anywhere. There's no action between this. Make it 1 interaction. It was Dognot? Who the fuck is Dognot? Hold on. Yo, I have no memory of this. Who the fuck is this guy? Minor antagonist in the series The Boy. What season was this? I don't remember this guy. It's been like super minor. It's like season 2 or something. It is. Oh, Gen V season 2. Oh, you said The Boys, motherfucker. I haven't seen Gen V yet. I haven't seen Gen V 2. I haven't seen Gen V season 2 yet. No spoilers, please. Okay, I got the guy. Okay, cool. What about him though? Oh, he's in Shameless also? Yeah, he's in the show Shameless. Okay. Sorry. I completely forgot why he even came up. Please take my friendly advice and give up your plans. Toss away those unreasonable ideas. What's going on? What's going on here? Unreasonable ideas? I heard from Rem that you want to cross the end of the world. To do that, you have to get out of the misty forest, endless though it seems. That's right. Doesn't the mist clearing nut doesn't the post nut clarity work for that? We would need something like that. Those nuts are very valuable. We've only got a few in the village, so they can't be given away so easily. Take my friendly advice and do not attempt the crossing. Man, how stingy. Now we're hearing is please quit, please don't do it. Young man with the rude mouth. We are not being stingy. The mist clearing nuts, the post-nut clarity nuts are vitally important to us as residents of the Misty Forest. They are treasures that our ancestors received from the Icarians. The Icarians, he said. You mean the Icarians from the Angelo legend? Sir, do you mean that Angelo legend are told here in Luke? Please, we want to hear them all. Oh, well, I suppose it couldn't hurt to tell them. It could take a while, though. According to an old tale from this village, in the distant past, the world was bathed in light, a glorious world. The Icarians were protected. They did not suffer old age or illness. It was a peaceful world, they say. Then our ancestors stole the wings of the Icarians because they wanted to be Icarian. Too. But this was not a natural thing for people who had never had wings. And when those wings were attached to the backs of our ancestors, they turned black and blocked the sun from this village. Plants... That escalated quickly. Plants died first. Dude, how long were they in the sky? Either of these guys had fucking wings the size of Texas, or there's like billions of them, like fucking bees in the sky just blocking out the sun. What are you talking about? Plants died first, then animals. We almost lost our light of hope. What a horrible time that was. Dude, how many of them were in the sky? To keep the darkness from spreading, the Akarans built a huge wall around us to shut out our world from theirs. That wall, that's the end of the world? Yes, that wall was meant for our ancestors. Wait. That wall meant that our ancestors were left with the world that remained on this side of the wall. The Akarans were nice enough to toss our ancestors some special nuts which can remove the darkness. Although the darkness was replaced by mist, we've since used these mist-clearing nuts to light our way in the forest. Without the mist-clearing nuts, even we Luke folk would not be able to go through the misty forest. Then move! Get out of the woods. Get out of the forest. Get out of the misty forest. Become the desert faring people. What are you doing? Anyway, wow, you got the nuts from the Akarans. Now I want one even more. So, what happened to the world on the other side of the wall? Sorry, I feel like I'm just really attacking this fucking poorly translated game. And it did it again. I have to keep talking to this guy to progress. It's like, don't do that. Keep it as one interaction. Don't give me 5 interactions. Because like I said, because I'm dumb, okay? I'm a stupid. So there are times when games where it's just like, it'll do something like that. I walk away and I'm like, where do I go? It's like, I gotta go back to where I was. I gotta keep talking to you because we decided to put this one interaction into 5. Anyway, sorry, I'm crashing out, as the kids say. They say that when we die, our souls return to the other side. Break on through to the other side, to the ancient lands of happiness. A mysterious legend. So, are you folks really serious about climbing that wall? Please take my advice and don't do it. No one's ever returned from there. Please rest, at least for today. You may stay at Rem's house. I'm volunteering them. I'm volunteering them to fucking let you stay with them. Rescuing their son. I'm dead tired. How about you, Justin? Yeah. Anyway, let's rest up. Let's get the fuck out of here. Also, fuck you for fucking dividing one conversation into 4. You're lucky I didn't try leaving and have to look up a guide again. Because otherwise, ooh, I'd be so mad. Sorry. I think it's... Shit. Not this one. No, this is house 3. 1... Weapon store. Not a house. Where the fuck do you live, dude? 2... it's right here. Oh. Not this one, is it? Ram's house, yep. It is. Oh, so you guys permission. This means you can be our guest. You make yourself at home. We're very grateful for what you've done for Rem. Still, we need to think of the proper punishment for Rem since he broke a law in the village. He'll kick his ass. You see, my dad, he's kind of scary. What's the punishment? He doesn't whip you, does he? No, nothing like that. He locks me in the closet and burns cigarettes on me. He's finished talking with the village chief. It won't be easy traveling the end of the world. For all you've done for Rem, the least he can do is offer you a meal and a place to stay. Oh, yeah, dude. Feed me. Feed me. I'm back. I fucked up. How'd you fuck up? You're playing Call of Duty and you sucked? He was on Gen V, but they talked about him on The Boys as a possible candidate to replace someone in the 7. Oh, is this before they did their fucking American Idol thing and got that one guy that Homelander killed on the roof? I forget the names. Dude, I need to watch Gen V Season 2. I like The Boys a lot. Good, you should eat to help get back your strength for the traveling. I fixed a nice big meal as a token of my gratitude for rescuing Rem. Oh boy! My mom's cooking is the best. Yeah, I mean, you're a little biased, dude. That's your mom. Probably got raised on fucking Hamburger Helper or something. Meanwhile, my mom made spaghetti with ketchup. What did my mom make? My mom made McDonald's at home. Oh, the village chief is so pessimistic, huh, Fina? Yeah, he certainly wasn't supportive of what we're doing, but he must think about his own position. He can't help bearing the final responsibility. We should be thankful that he let us stay in this village. Puff, 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 puff. Pass. Okay, Puffy, don't get too excited. It's all right. Here, you can ask him too. I understand why Puffy makes such a fuss. Rem's mother cooks up some delicious food. I just love this pie. It reminds me of Aunt Lily's cream pie. Oh shit. Puff, chew. Yeah, what are you doing, Puffy? You know better than to sneeze when your mouth is full. Really? Dude, I hate that. I can't be the only one. I can't be the only one. Have you guys ever like taken a bite of something? I don't know. It could be whatever, candy, food, and then you're like, you feel that sneeze feeling. You're like, oh fuck! Like you're racing the clock to try and swallow it or whatever. Like, I have a good 70-30 success rate with that. Like 70% of the time, I'm like, yeah. 30% of the time, I'm like, and then like I got like fucking chicken and green beans on my hand. I got sleepy, but instead of going to sleep, I read some of my daily Yowie update to get more sleepy, but it caused a second wind and now I'm awake. You're just like, dude, I gotta goon to this, and now you're fucking wide awake. Rookie mistake. I'll tell you right now, it's not always bias. I hate my mom's cooking. Oh, goddamn, dude. Does your mom make anything you do like? Yeah, what are you doing? Oh, yeah. Puppy's got a runny nose. Maybe he's caught chill in that mist. Yeah, maybe. We should be thankful that he let us stay in this village, but we're not equipped to cross through the misty forest. What can we do? Oh, are we done here? They'll never sneeze with your mouth full. Okay, Puffy? Puff, chew. Oh, I guess we're done. That mist in the misty forest made our clothing all wet. I can't wait to take a hot bath. Sure, I'll join you, Fina, but no peeking, Justin. Or maybe Justin would like to join us in the bath? Shit. I'm just kidding, these are children. If... Just kidding, Justin. Dude, no girl who's not interested would say that. You're in, Justin. You got this, bro. Just kidding, Justin. Boy, Justin. You just believe whatever people say. It's just playing hard to get. I don't know about that, but yesterday when I went to go get some sweet tea out of this jug, the tea was like jelly. Fuck? What are you drinking? My wife drank some and she said it was the consistency of cum. I imagine you're just like fucking Randy from South Park. He's just like, this is cum. ... Slice them over, please. Nice. Colonel, we found them. To the northwest, there's a humanoid village at bearing 10. The platoon trailing the humanoid child has also reported that the forest's mist is clearing. All according to plan, Colonel. Don't forget that our objective is to obtain what we spoke of. We've just begun. Prepare to effect personnel drop. Wait, did I read that right? Yes, sir, with permission, sir. Wait. He just gave you an order and you're like, yes, sir, with permission, sir. What does that even mean? It was a spooky ghost. This is ecto. Oh, it was a spooky ghost. This is ectoplasm. It's like covered in cum. Dude, that's actually. Let me see if I can do this without showing his number. But one of my best friends in my messaging app, that's the profile picture I gave him. See if I can pull it up and yeah. Oh shit! Hang on. No, see contacts. Because I don't want to show my fucking chat history either. But it's fucking Randy, like covered in cum. You know, his cum. That was a fun episode. That was a good episode. I already got rid of it. Where'd you put it? Lieutenant Lean, you'll be in command. Yes, Colonel. Colonel. Shall obtain the last piece without fail, sir. It is you who will be the one to feel its presence. That's what I'm gonna say next time I whip my peen out. Find it. Yes, sir. What was that sound? It sounded kind of like a train's locomotive. Uh-oh. It seems like that sound is getting louder. What the fuck is it? The tea was poured down the sink. It took 3 minutes for it to go down the drain. Dude, what the why is it? Is there jello in there? Why is it so fucking thick? Is it like that okra water? Dude, this is such a good movie. I don't know if you guys can see it. Probably not. Let's see. No. Hang on. Just for the lore, I'm gonna go... I think, CRT? Let's see. Sorry. Here. Yeah, okay. It's like there's no background removal. So, the TV next to me got fucking Fist of Fury on it. It's the fucking banger Bruce Lee movie. I'm looking over and it's just like, I'm taken back. Taken back right now. Let's get back to it. I mean, is this much bigger than the Final Fantasy one? Smaller. Yeah, this is way bigger actually. Sorry, I was trying to think of like the best layout for this game. I researched it and Google said it could either be a bad batch or it was left out for too long. Got from Walmart. It was the Bourdain brand. I've never had Bourdain brand sweet tea. I've always made my own sweet tea or gotten it from like McDonald's or something. But that sounds gnarly, dude. 3 minutes, dude? You had to like chew on that. That's like, they give you gummy tea. Uh-oh, it also seems like the sound is getting louder. What the fuck is it? I saw it from the window. It's some huge black thing that was floating across the sky. It's my penis. I'm just kidding, I'm just kidding, I'm just kidding. It's not. It's not. It's whatever thing the guys saw here. I saw soldiers like the ones who took me away. Lots of them came out of that thing and ran to the mountains. Garla forces? How did they find out where Luke Village is? I was wondering that myself. Anyway, let's go have a look. Go. It's kind of like that movie, The Stuff. God damn it, you boy. I have to. I fucking have to now.
To drink milk.
Hey Jay, welcome back. I have to. You did this, you bastard. Hold on. God damn it. I have to. I don't want to. Have to. Where is it? This it? No. This it? No. This is it right here. No, it's not. Is this it? No. Yes, this is it.
Are you alright? Charlie, are you alright? What's the matter?
That's the stuff. No pun intended.
Charlie, let go! Oh, God! Charlie!
Nice. The same thing happens to me when I have unsweetened tea. Alright, that's all I wanted to say. Thanks again, brother. Yeah, after drinking that tea, that's how you would feel. Yeah, I believe it. Oh no, Chief. Some people are going to the God of Light Mountain. They're going to steal the icon. What shall we do, Chief? That icon protects our village. If they steal it, our village is kaput. Why do you know words like kaput? Anyway, if that icon gets stolen, then I don't know what we'll do. Chief, it's times like these when we need your wisdom most. Hold on a second. All right. Okay. First, everyone, calm the fuck down. Now, we have no choice but to fight to protect our icon. However, we must have been living all by ourselves here in Luke Village. We have been living all by ourselves. We've never fought any battles before. Oh, you fucking losers. Wait, no, I wasn't. Now I'm not using a guide. That's funny. I did earlier though, just because I was lost in a fucking maze yesterday. Dude, I fucking hated that. Dude, I'm glad I looked up because like I legit had no idea what I needed to do to trigger progress. I missed something that I didn't know. I already did the thing, but because it had been what, like a month and a half, I actually kind of forgot what it told me to do. So I'm glad I looked that up. Just get a Vinny Me Toe in your chat to tell you what to do. Oh, nice. Dude, actually, the second or third time I streamed this game, I did have one, and he was very helpful. He was telling me where like all the fucking magic eggs were and shit. Welcome back, Jay. Chief, let's handle this. If they're the Gallo soldiers, we know we can drive them off. We're children. They won't mess with us. Well, wait just a minute. Justin, are you okay? You fucking idiot. Why do you have to volunteer us? Hell yeah, dude. Persona stream when? Do you really want me to stream Persona? It would absolutely have to be after Grandia. I think I can do maybe like an RPG at a time. Yeah, because I won't. You won't stream Persona? You're gonna do every fucking Shin Megami Tensei game except the best ones? Too long? They are long as shit. Dude, but you know my schedule. Like if I do one, it'll take a while. Dude, on average, dude, they're all absolutely like over 150 hours. I don't think I could. I don't know if I should, dude. Unless, because here's the thing, and I noticed this even last year when I streamed, at least with my job, because the same thing happened. I'm very consistent until like the holidays, you know. Like I'll get a little shaky during summer because of my birthday. But it was absolutely during like the Halloween, Christmas, and New Year's era when like work takes over my fucking life, and it gets hard for me to stream consistently. Because I even see now, I see the recovery happening now. Because I think I'll be better. Even with that, I'm not sure if I have time, dude. Because on a good week, my streams average at least 3 hours. Sometimes I'll dip to 2. It's a short stream. At least twice a week, that's 6 hours. You know what I mean? Maybe after all the Final Fantasy and Mother games. I can't say I'll never do them, but I won't for a long time. Too long. Yeah, no, I feel it. Sorry, dude. I stopped playing. I was like trying to look at like my fucking life ahead of me. Because there's other games that I have in mind of streaming. Like, to be honest, I think the thing, I can't tell you. I'm super excited. Because I'm working on a little thing. But I think I'll do it after at least a couple Onimushas. I need to finish this so I can fucking get Grandia 2. Because Grandia 2, I'm dying to play Grandia 2. But after that, I have something fun in mind, actually. It won't be long. But I have like a little, like a meta thing I want to do. Butt Night? No, not Butt Night. I can't tell you. But when it happens, you'll be like, yeah. Because I'm proud of myself. I'm like halfway through it. And it's funny, I'm talking about streaming, even though I'm just fucking, I put the controller down to geek out for a second. But like, I like what I do. I like what I'm capable of, you know? And when it's a project that I feel Something 4, I'm just like hella motivated. I get like super like attention to detail. Like I don't know. You'll see. I can't tell you. I want it to be a surprise. Justin, are you okay? What did you have to volunteer us? No one in this village knows how to fight, so the only option is for us to handle this. That's why. You gonna try the game Who is at the Door? I've never heard of that game. Sorry. That's why. I got motivated to get back into video editing recently and my software is busted. That fucking sucks, and I'm sorry to hear that. Because it's hard enough getting motivated for something like that, you know? But the thing I like, dude, I have a... So it's gonna be on stream. I won't tell you what or give you any details, but it's gonna involve 3D modeling, 3D animation, rigging, compositing, acting. Like, you'll see. I'm so stoked. And it's gonna be such a surprise, hopefully. It's like a mini prank. But, like, without getting into detail, it's gonna tie into what I want to do. I played Who's at the Door. It made me jump a couple times. Oh, wait, is this that game where, like, there's like a pizza delivery guy and it's like a girl or something like that, and she's like, or whatever, and then she gets in the house? Is that what it is? Because I think I've seen clips of that. Besides, aren't we Rem's friends? Are we? We met each other like 20 minutes ago. Remstone Village is facing a crisis, right? So of course we must do what we can. Friends? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Sue. You're right. You're right. We are Rem's friends. Okay, let's chase those rude dudes away. Oh, what brave youngsters you are. You'll have to fight to save this village? We must ask you to do what you can to protect our sacred icon, our God of Light's statue. And the thing I'm working on, it should actually be ready for sure after, probably during, honestly, I could probably do it while I'm playing this, but realistically, it should be done by Grandia 2. No, that you play a person that is in an apartment and there's different people coming to, yeah, I know what it is. I know what it is. There's delivery people that I know the game you're talking about, and there's a particular image that I'm thinking of. It's not just pizza delivery, but you know what I mean? Like, there's so many, like, you look through the fucking peephole, and then, like, yeah, there's like eyes bulging out, just creepy shit. Just leave it to us. Okay, gang, let's get moving. Let's skedaddle. Where do I go, though? Oh. Okay. I think I have to head back to that one village. That one place I was headed, right? That ain't it. God damn it, cat. I think this is it. Recover. Save. I hope this is where I gotta go. Not gonna lie, watching you play this kind of convinced me to skip it. I feel it. I'm not gonna lie. Hey, I've been ordered to stop anyone from entering. I'll use force if necessary. Heathen. It does pick up, but like I said, 2's better. But you're not allowed to play 2 yet. Don't play 2 yet. 2 sucks. Don't play 2. Just watch me play it. Oh shit. God damn, leave Sue alone. What the fuck she did to you guys? Unless you want me to skip 1 and then just go straight into 2. Because I could be convinced. 2's so good. What's your thought on the Street Fighter movie coming out? Dude, I can't fucking wait. I can't wait. Everything I want in a video game adaptation is in that trailer, dude. Looks gay. It looks great. It looks stupid, but Street Fighter's fucking stupid, dude. It looks like they literally took all the bullshit that happens in a Street Fighter game and they put it in a movie. The only thing I don't like is it's got Andrew Schultz in it, but he's playing Dan, so hopefully he just gets killed in like 10 seconds. But other than that, I think it looks fine, dude. The costume's 100% accurate. Tone, fucking stupid, just like the games. Like it looks. Because here's the thing, and I'll go on record saying I don't like Street Fighter, but I like the characters and I like the lore, you know. But the games themselves, like I'm more of like a Tekken guy, you know. I'm not into like those 2D Capcom fighters. I know I'm in the minority. I'm sorry. I never really Tekken gay. You're gay. 50 Cent. Yeah, 50 Cent's Balrog's fine. Corey Rhodes as fucking Guile. Perfect. Perfect. And here's the thing. They could have totally fucking done like a style that's reminiscent of it, you know? Give him like the white guy flat top, you know? Like a Wigger Will Smith or something. But no, they gave him the fucking Guile hair, you know? And what does he do in that trailer? He backflips, kicks a dude through a brick wall. They beat the shit out of a car. They do their grapple moves into a kick. The fucking roundhouse kick that Ken does, dude. It's Street Fighter, you know? And also, I like how they are going out of their way, because this is important, especially nowadays, to do something a little different. The thing that I thought they would have done, which I'm glad they didn't do so they could learn their fucking lesson, is give it the kind of the gritty, reboot, grounded treatment, you know? No. We're gonna put Street Fighter 4 on screen for you. That's what they're doing, you know? I don't agree with all the casting. Like the guy playing M. Bison, I don't see him as M. Bison, but we'll see. Because we didn't even see him in the trailer. I don't think we did. I think we just saw the poster. Not gonna lie, he fucking crushed it. But Raul, what's his face from the original one? He doesn't look like a fucking M. Bison either, you know? Fucker was dying of stomach cancer at the time, and he fucking killed it. He crushed that role. So we'll see. That's what I'm saying. It's like, he could suck. He's a great actor. I love him in literally everything he's done. But we'll see. Raul, Julia. Yeah, that guy. Yeah. He doesn't look like an M. Bison. If they cast him, I'd be like, what the fuck? You know? Imagine John Cena as M. Bison. He has the look. I actually would rather have John Cena as Guile. He's got the look. He's even got the same, like, here, look at me. Here, I'm gonna try and do it. You know the jowls? You know the tough guy jowls? I'm not doing it right, but there's like a subtle that Guile has. John Cena got it. Cena gay. Yo, Jay, you're gay. You're projecting too hard. Even... Wait. Jay rhymes with gay. Coincidence? I think not. What a mess. Our glorious Carlisle soldiers. Not there's anything wrong with it. Just saying. No one, and I mean no one, may pass through here. I'll stop anyone and everyone. God damn it. But yeah, sorry, I had to geek out for a second, but I really am looking forward to that Street Fighter movie. Like, honestly, I like Mortal Kombat more, significantly more than Street Fighter, and the characters and stuff, but just because it's something kind of different, I think I'm more looking forward to the fucking Street Fighter movie than Mortal Kombat 2. Might as well cast a bunch of wrestlers since they got 2 already.
I'm retarded?
Nice. Who's the other wrestler that they cast? I just know Corey Rhodes. Wait, what? Oh, fuck! It's okay. Cody Rhodes. Sorry, I had to look it up. I was like, I'm not saying that right. Stone Cold Steve Austin for M. Bison? No, I don't see that either. But, who's the other wrestler? You said they got 2. I'm genuinely curious. I'm not trying to talk shit or anything. Roman Reigns. Oh, as Akuma! That's right. I can actually see that. I think he's good casting. The only thing that I guess might be, and dude, this is such a weak criticism, to be honest. She's fucking hot, but the chick that plays Chun-Li, not as thick, but I don't think having fucking frog leg thighs is fully necessary, you know? Because nobody built like that. But I really do appreciate how accurate the costumes are. Like, they were like, let's give them the fucking arcade perfect fucking Street Fighter 2 costumes, and they fucking did it. In fact, I'm gonna watch the trailer. I'm gonna pull the trailer up. You guys are gonna see this right now. Here, bear with me for a minute. I really want to see this. It's just her defining characteristics, not important. Her unrealistic proportion, that's fun. Do you want the people in the Dragon's Crown movie to be built like that? I mean, I would too, but nobody's made like that. That's not possible. Street Fighter sneak peek. Was it sneak peek? Then we got Jason Momoa as Blanca. Jason Momoa is not a wrestler, but I also saw his poster. Jason Momoa Blanca. He actually looks pretty good as Blanca. Like, they made him look like a fucking monster. He kind of reminds me of I don't know what he reminds me of. Here, let me just make it animated, live action. I don't want a live action Street Fighter movie. It's a dumb idea. Well, we already have animated Street Fighter movies. If they fail, fine, they earn it. But I'm willing to. That trailer was fun, so I'm just giving them the benefit of the doubt. It could suck. This movie could fucking reek, you know? But it looks fun. It looks like they're taking the source material and adapting it. Because every fucking time there's a video game movie, people are like, they changed too much. Why don't they just fucking put that on screen? Here you go. They literally did that. As aesthetically, at least. You know, who knows? I don't know what the plot of this movie is. I could eat my words later, you know, but this looks like fucking Street Fighter to me. This is, in my opinion, the gold standard. This is what motherfuckers have been asking for in fucking movies based on video games forever. There's a 0% chance you won't like it. That's funny. Honestly, there's not a 0 chance, but I can tell I'm more likely to like it than not. You are kind of a hard ass when it comes to movies because you don't like fun. This looks good. I think it looks good. Like, the thing is like I said, like, people have been bitching literally, and with merit. There's reason behind it. Between like every video game adaptation, there's complaints that it doesn't look like it. You know, this looks like it. So at least aesthetically, I gotta give it some respect for at least having the balls to do this. You know what I mean? Yeah, the big thing is Dan. Like, Andrew Schultz. Hell yeah. Guy. And like I said, I say this as somebody who doesn't like Street Fighter. I don't like Street Fighter. I don't like the games. But I like the characters, you know? So if I can watch the movie and not play it, it can be fun. Look at that. They're beating up a car, dude. They're beating up a fucking car. But all right. Let me get back to it. Stupid. You're stupid. What a fool! Why did I do it? What a mess. Hope it flops and they become homeless. And they have Eric Andre. I am an Eric Andre fan, and he's playing a new character, so I imagine he's just like the fucking meta, like, commentator character. That's what it looks like. And don't get me wrong, a little Eric Andre goes a long way, and he could drag the movie on if they fucking shove him full force, but I don't think they'll do that. But well, we just have to wait and see. Like I said, the movie could suck ass. Eric Andre hasn't done anything funny in a decade. Yeah, I mean, that's fair, dude. I haven't seen him since... What was that one, like, Bad Grandpa style movie that he did? I liked that, but literally, I think that was a decade ago. Eric Andre. I put Andrew. That's funny. Eric Andre. What am I thinking of? Oh, that's right. He was in there. A fucking movie. Bad Trip in 2021. That was funny. Bad Trip's funny. But I haven't seen much or cared much about his stuff since then. But from what I've seen that he's been in, like Man Seeking Woman, he's great. And the show is mostly funny because of Hannibal Buress. That I do agree. I actually stopped watching his show when I found out that Hannibal left. The movie Bad Trip was decent. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. But that was a decade ago. No, that was 2021, I think is what I saw. But yeah, no, I actually do agree with you, Jay. His show, honestly, it was damn near 50-50. Like, it's hard to watch that show without Hannibal, so I stopped. So I do agree with you there. My point is he's not the main character. He's a side guy. And hopefully they just treat him as such. Because I don't want him to Eric Andre it up too much. Same thing with Dan, with Andrew Schultz. I like him doing stand-up, but like his podcast sucks. And like when he starts talking about stuff that's not comedy, I just don't care, you know? Hopefully they just kill him off quick, but I do think he's decent casting for the character, but he's a joke character, so get rid of him quick. He's not meant to be in there. You know what I mean? What are the rest of you doing? They can't stop you brats from passing through. Oh fuck, Sue's dead. That's right. God damn him. All right. Ah shit. I actually don't know if I have any of those potions. No, I think.
Oh, flame burn him!
But Dan was a joke character, so he wouldn't be that important or affect the story. I mean, that's how we feel now. A bad writing decision could absolutely elevate that dude to like the comic relief of the whole movie. You know, who knows? All we have is that fucking 40-minute trailer, you know? 40 seconds is what I meant to say. Stop making live action movies. I'd rather watch Uvu Bowl. Well, Uvu Bowl makes live action video game movies. No, I don't agree with what you're saying. Keep making them. And like I said, if they suck, they suck. That's their right. But, you know, for every Hitman, there's a Silent Hill. I think Silent Hill's a good movie. Yeah, but people at least don't hype his shit up. We all understand that shit. There, the only movie that I could say and I'm not even trying to counter argue here. I'm just saying, like the Postal movie. Yeah, I was gonna say the only couple movies that I saw of his that I kind of enjoyed. Postal is bad, but I think it's worth watching. It's pretty funny. It's fucking stupid, and it's kind of going for that outrage humor, which now is probably more to people's sensibilities. Back then, you know, I could see it being rejected. I liked Postal kind of. I need to rewatch it, but I will say the one that I kind of don't unironically like I liked it, was Rampage. Have you seen his Rampage movies? There's like 2 good video game movies and 50 bad ones. Are they Silent Hill and Mortal Kombat? Because I would say Silent Hill, Mortal Kombat. I know you don't like Mario, but I think it's a good movie. It's a good Mario Kids movie. It's fine. Silent Hill. I don't know. I don't know if I counted that twice. I've been drinking and smoking, so sorry. I like the first Resident Evil. I think that's. I would go as far as to say I think the first Resident Evil movie is a good movie that anybody can kind of just watch and enjoy. Take it from there if you like the series or not. Postal's not good. It's not good, so I can't recommend it. Remember when anyone who made fun of movable movies, he would invite them to fight in real life? Yeah, they would do that stupid YouTuber Boxer bullshit, which is a bitch move. You don't like my movies? You don't like my movies? I'll fight you. Oh, yeah. Shut up. You're a bad director. Just own it, dude. Justin, no! Oh, I blocked it.
Not bad, eh?
Yeah, I remember. I have to resurrect Sue. Sergeant, do your job quickly. All right, fucking die. All right, one of these guys has a. There you go. Wait. Oh. No, use. Oh, I remembered I was on give. That's funny. That totally tripped me up. Okay, yeah, we're good. We're Gucci now. One video game movie I didn't like was Ready Player One. So that's not a video game based movie. That's a movie about pop culture. And it's a book adaptation. So I wouldn't even count that as a video game movie, to be honest. It's a movie about kind of a video game. It's fucking PlayStation Home, the movie, with every reference under the sun. Yeah, I like that movie. I hate the book. I actually read the book. The book is fucking terrible, but I think it's a fine movie. It's fine. Aren't you from Parm? What are you doing here? You don't look like you're willing to cooperate with us. Wait, how many of you guys have to fight? Uh-oh. Only 5. Oh, we're fine. We're fine. Fuck him up! Now, why would you Parmians be allied with the humanoids? My orders are to regard anyone who comes here as enemy. Prepare to fight! Then there's the movie Gamer with Gerard Butler and Michael C. Hall. I fucking hate that movie. That is not a good movie. I really liked the idea of it, but I think that movie sucks dick. I wanted to like it. I still like the aesthetic of that movie, but the movie itself just pissed me off. I like the cast, and like I said, I like the concept, but I think the movie blows. My orders are to be, oh, sorry. Sergeant. Oh. One video game movie that I enjoyed was the Tetris movie. I actually haven't seen all of that movie. I saw bits and pieces. I liked what I saw, so I need to check it out. But it looks cool. And even then, it's hard calling that. I mean, I guess just if you want to label it, it is a video game movie, you know? But I feel like it's gotten broad enough to where we can distinguish. Like, there's movies about video games. There's like biopics, which I guess technically that's kind of trying to be. And then there's adaptations, you know? Where it's like Battleship, which is not it's a board game, and that movie also sucks. But yeah, we must get the final piece to him. One video game movie that I like. In fact, I'll probably put it on. I'm so fucking jazzed about it. Street Fighter 2, the animated movie. And get this, it's the unrated for mature audiences version. So this is the one with Chun-Li titty. The Chun-Li booba one. Okay, Prince of Persia with Jake Gyllenhaal and Max Payne with Mark Wahlberg. Wait, what about? Do you like those? What about them? Or are you asking my opinion on them?
This is now going to be in my head for.
Hey, what's Lemon? How you doing, dude?
The rest of the day. Okay, that's enough of that.
How's it going, Lemon? What are you up to, dude? Hey, bitch. What's up, brah? Max Payne is one of the worst movies I've ever seen. Jay. Same, dude. I hope I had you for a second. No, I fucking hate that Max Payne movie. Max Payne is 100% one of, not just one of my favorite video games of all time, but just one of the greatest video games ever made. And that is what you do with that fucking movie? You turn into a fucking PG-13 Sin City kind of wannabe cop-out? Because, I don't know if you can tell, in development, they totally wanted to shoot it like Sin City. Because that's what was hot at the time. But they didn't know how, because they're fucking losers, and I hate them. Prince of Persia was good for a video game movie, meaning it was like 5 out of 10. From what I remember, I remember thinking it was kind of fun. I don't remember liking it, but I remember being content. You know what I mean? Like, I was like, It's fine. Oh shit! I thought I didn't realize it was a dead end. I was like, it was fine. It wasn't good. But if it's on, I'll watch it. But I'll never be like, yo, I want to watch Prince of Persia. You'll never really hear me saying that unless I'm just talking about Gemma Arterton, the girl that played what's her face. She's hot. I'll watch that movie just for her. I saw Max Payne in theaters 2 times. Jesus Christ. Willingly? I only pay for 1 time. I snuck back in the theater and to make sure I really saw what I just watched. Right? You're like, that wasn't bad enough. I need to make sure. I need to check for a pulse. Yeah, I hate the Max Payne movie. It was the Resident Evil on Netflix before Resident Evil on Netflix was a thing. I'm trying to think of maybe hot takes here. Okay, here's one. It's not great. Wait, where the fuck do I go? It's not great, but I kind of have a soft spot for that first Timothy Oliphant Hitman movie. I enjoy that one. I don't like the sequel. Reboot? I don't know what that thing was, but I kind of liked Hitman. That movie is shit. No. 3 out of 10? Wait, more than Max Payne? Oh, really? I don't know how they still haven't figured out to just follow the source material after decades of fucking them up. Which brings me to the reason we even got on this discussion, dog. Fucking Street Fighter. I think it looks good. I think Street Fighter looks good. It's the source material. They just fucking, here's what they did. Here's what they did. They looked at this, they hit Control C. And then they got a movie, they did this. And then they went Control V. And they're just gonna feed this shit to us. Just first glance. Just first glance. You said almost as bad as Max Payne. I think Max Payne is worse than Hitman. Because you gave Max... Wait, what did you give Max Payne, actually? Sorry. You gave Prince of Persia the 5 out of 10. At least they seem to know that it's corny as fuck and are leaning into it. Exactly. They're not trying to gritty it up. They're not trying to make it a grounded, realistic take on Street Fighter. They're like, nah, dude, let's kick a dude into a dude's kick who kicks him into a wall, and then let's have them punch a car. Still stupid. No, still stood if you follow the source material because video games and movies are fundamentally different. Same reason 95% of movies are trash. Movie games are trash. But here's the thing, like what I was saying, one of the biggest criticisms I hear in literally every video game adaptation is like, just follow the game. Just take the game and film it. They did that with Street Fighter. Allegedly. The movie's not out yet. The movie's not out yet, okay? I don't know yet. Just based on that trailer, that's what it looks like they did. So I'll give them that. It looks faithful. I won't say it's good, but it looks faithful. Okay, rank these. Uncharted the movie, Doom, Assassin's Creed live action, and the Monster Hunter movie. And you're scraping the bottom of the barrel here. No, they didn't. You just like that they have them stupid hair. Stupid hair is absolutely part of it because it's part of the look, you know. You can pick and choose what you think I'm latching onto if you want. I'm telling you, I like that they're just leaning into the aesthetic of it. They're not taking themselves too seriously. They're keeping it fun and retarded, which is what Street Fighter is. Street Fighter is fucking stupid. So they're like, hey, let's take the stupid costumes, this stupid crazy lore, and just do that. And they're like, you know what? They're like, yeah, let's do it. That's what it looks like. Will that make a good movie? I don't know, but it looks like it'll make a faithful adaptation. It literally doesn't look like Street Fighter. Yeah, it does. The art style is wildly different. Agree to disagree? Their costumes are like 1-to-1, dude. You don't have to please everybody. If you follow the source material, it will at least make the fans happy instead of disappointing everybody. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Which is why I was pissed at fucking the Resident Evil show. I feel like they tried to please both fans of the movies and fans of the games, and didn't commit to either one. And the characters are retarded, so it's just like it just went all bad. Yeah, the actors need to look like sprites. That's not what I'm saying either. From the air, those creeps, they're hauling away the statue. We've got to stop them. Wait, give that statue back. Justin, what are you doing here? Oh, you're the one who hit me. Back at base. Just don't make the gay ass shitty garbage trash shit fuck movies in the first place. I mean, yeah, I guess. But also, I think you're an extremely facetious. Like, they're not. Hold on, how do I say this? Of course, we all want a good Street Fighter movie, you know, but that's a fucking insane uphill battle. So I'll be pleasantly surprised if it's good. I am content with something that's faithful also, you know. It can be dumb, but at the end of the day, I think just a lot of, and I don't mean this in a disparaging or even dismissive way, but the popcorn crowd, you know, sometimes I just want to watch those characters in a movie, you know. I don't want a good Street Fighter movie. I want Street Fighter to be a video game. Then you're never going to be happy. I get it. I get it. I know exactly what you're saying, and you'll never be happy. It's okay. If there are no bad movies, how could you know what is a good movie? How about instead of making video game movies for theaters, they just use video games to make porn parodies so everyone is happy? Yeah, boy, you're not helping. What's your stance on the actual conversation we're having? Ah, Fina. Sis. Lean, is that really you? Fina. Huh? What? Fina, you called her sis. Wait, you guys don't know this yet? I thought that was obvious, even to you fucking idiots. Lean? It is you. Why are you doing such a thing? Wait, why are you acting surprised? You even said your sister. You even acknowledged this earlier. Why are you acting surprised? I'm so confused. Fina, I want you to be the last person to know about this. The fact is, I'm a Garlisle soldier, Lieutenant Lean of the Mullen Division. Why are you acting dumb? At this time, who localized this? Jesus, I could look past the back dubbing, you know, but the actual writing itself. Hold on. I'll catch up on chat in a minute. Oh no, they got a light. I won't let you do it because they're just going. Here goes, Justin. Get back the statue, Lean. It belongs in the museum. Oh, it belongs to Luke Village. Okay. Bad movies can still have value if they're at least fun. Exactly. That's my thing. Be fun. It doesn't have to be critically good. It doesn't have to be, you know, The Dark Knight for me to be entertained. You know, it could be Batman and Robin. You know what I mean? Of course, I want a critically acclaimed fucking whiplash of a fucking video game adaptation. You know, but sometimes fun is okay. Let's get Hollywood on the phone and tell them let Jay direct a Street Fighter movie, so if it flop, we can blame him. You can also make a good movie fun if you don't have to accept shit. Die Hard is fun. The Matrix is fun. Die Hard is alright. Oh shit. I asked for your boy's opinion and he just fucking... Oh shit. Dropping a bomb. Why didn't you take Fina and run away? After all the risk I took in letting you escape from the front line, Schindler's List is fun. Nice, Lemon. Nice. It's your boy. You can't take what he says seriously. You saw Matrix twice! Okay. God damn, dude. That was a good one. Burn. Stop complaining and get back the statue. But only paid once. Sorry, I can't do that. I've got to take the statue back and onto the mall division as I say. That's still overpaying. I didn't see it in theaters either. I think I bought the DVD in good faith and it was like, fuck! Get off the Spirit Stone. Get off my plane. Spirit Stone? Don't let me force you off. I can't let you foul up our plans anymore. What? Wait. You call it a Spirit Stone? Yeah. What's that? This light is... No! The light's from the Spirit Stone? Wow. So that's what happens. They do exist. No, I mean, of course, Jay. Of course I would want both. You can be fun and good. But saying... Do you have any guilty fucking pleasures, dude? Not everything has to be... You know? Like I've said before, you know? Like, of course, we all want a fucking well-made, buttery, garlicky ass fucking steak. But, you know, I also like Chips Ahoy. I like Twix, you know? Those are fun. Those are good. It's tasty. And sometimes I want a movie that's just tasty. I don't need no nutrition. In fact, sometimes I want a movie that's bad for me. Just like snacks. Do I drink a milkshake being like, oh, you know, this could be fucking the filet mignon, you know? No. Sometimes I just want a fucking piece of pie. The Street Fighter movie clearly has no soul. Pure corporate marketing trash. I don't know, man. I feel like you want to hate this movie. But we'll see. Like I said, it could fucking suck dick. But it at least looks different and it looks fun, you know? It's stunt carrying and loud noises. Stunt carrying? Stunt casting. Oh, okay. Yeah, I like loud noises. Like I said, fucking get the keys. Where are my keys at? Jiggle, jiggle, jiggle. Jiggle, jiggle, jiggle. And I'm like... You know, it's fun. Have fun, Jay. You'll live longer. Yes, sir. There's no mistake in it. The light should not have come from the statue. It was from Justin. Please, Colonel, give me one last chance. This time I won't fail. It's too late. The mist of the forest has begun to close again. But, Colonel, I could get it in time. Have standards is good for your soul. That's true. But... I mean, you know, it's funny. I do have standards because, like I said, just because I like something doesn't mean I say it's good. You know, I'll say this movie's bad. I enjoy it for reasons. I won't recommend it based on person. I could tell you're a hard ass, so you know you won't like guilty pleasure movies. If it's Jay, if there's fun, he'll find a way to stomp it out. My standard is follow the source material. Yeah, that's a big thing, dude. That is a big thing, especially with video game adaptations. Like Lemon, you agree with me on this, right? Like every complaint that like every video game movie gets is it doesn't follow the source material. And now we have a movie coming along, seemingly, because I haven't seen it yet, you know, allegedly following the source material. So, you know, my favorite movie is literally 80s horror schlock. Oh yeah, Evil Dead. You do like fun. But I feel like if that movie came out today, you'd be like, no. There's better movies out there. Those are terrible movies. Which one's Evil Dead? Fuck you. That's an order, Lieutenant. You sacrifice yourself too much. Be more cautious. Yes, Colonel, I understand. It reminds me of that line from, was it 2018 God of War? He's like, I'm sorry. And then Kratos is like, don't be sorry. Be better. And I'm like, hell yeah, dude. Tell him. boy, Justin. I'll get him. I'll get him myself. Most of them are bad movies. I still like them. Yeah. It's okay to like bad movies. It has soul. There's nothing corporate about it. It wasn't made to sell toys or cereal. It was made because people want to make something. I mean, dude, you can say that about literally any indie movie, though. Of course, there are Hollywood movies that are passion projects, but it takes fucking selling your soul to get to that point. You think James Cameron could have done that in fucking the 80s? No. He was a fucking work-for-hire director. Probably not, but you know what I'm saying. Sure, I'm far more forgiving of indie movies. Do you want an indie fucking straight to YouTube Street Fighter movie? No. Give it a chance. Nah, they were made because violent horror movies make money. Justin, are you okay? You made such a loud noise when you fell. Heh, I'm fine. My rear's just a little sore. Well, I wonder, did I break the God of Light? It looks like most of it was taken away. I promised I would protect it. I'm afraid I let down the village. Better gather up the pieces. I'll help you, Justin. We make a sincere apology to the village chief. I literally read books about the making of that movie, Red Lemon. You'll win no argument. Now, when you say red... No, I was kidding. No, I know you have the physical book. Oh, you're here. Tavis-san, what a relief. My main point being is you can like good movies and bad movies. Yeah, exactly. You're not forced to watch them, let other people... You're not forced to watch them, let other people enjoy what they want. Like, I like the 20... Dude! I mostly like the 2017 Power Rangers movie. I liked it until they started morphing. It was a tonal thing. Having soul doesn't make them not bad movies. Oh, you're here. What a relief. I must apologize, Chief. I tried to retrieve the statue, but as you can see, it was broken. Not even half of it remains. The God of Light statue is a broken mess now. No, it's not. It's okay the way it is. No matter how it ended, the fact is you fought for Luke Village. For that, you have our utmost thanks. And as a thank you gift, please accept this. Can you imagine? Miss Clearing Nut. Hey! I got a nut as a reward. Huh? Really? Are you sure I can have this, Chief? But Chief, sir, you said that Miss Clearing Nuts are very valuable and it's not to be given to outsiders. For a long, long time, we've hid behind a wall of mist in this forest, cut off from the rest of the world. However, by doing that, we've not had contact with great people like you. That has not been a wise policy. Now, when I think about it, the mist has enshrouded both Luke Village and the hearts of us villagers. We must learn to turn our eyes outward to the outside world as you do. It may take a while for us to do it. By the time Rema and the other children become adults, I'm sure we will come to know and understand. I pressed A too fast. Hey, I understand them even now. Justin and I have already made friend-to-friend promises, eh, Justin? Ah, yes. Yes, we did. That's good to hear, Justin. I want you and your friends to know you'll always be welcome here. And I can confidently say that I find Godfather movies not my cup of tea. That's fair. So you guys are going across the misty forest to the end of the world? I'll miss you guys a lot. Rem. I want to be pilot when I grow up, just like you guys. All right. Fucking move. Thanks to you. It's all protected. Half the statue. It's all right. Got first. Got a light statue. What about her? All right, move. Oh yeah. Hold on. Oh shit. Oh nice. Bruce Lee is finding the dead body. Oh Oh no, he's finding the drugs in the ice. I can't believe you missed the end of Splinter Cell. Wait, when did you stream Splinter Cell? Was it that fucking night? No. I suffered for you and you weren't even there. Wait, when did you fucking finish Splinter Cell? Oh no, dude, fuck you, I was there. Cause you started Chaos Theory. Or no, I actually did miss the end, but I caught Chaos Theory. Dude, I'm sorry, I'm busy. Like I said, text me. Text me every time you go live. Because it's just infrequently enough. You're right, I didn't see you finish Splinter Cell. Well, what was I doing? Was that this weekend? Because I was watching you while I was playing something.
All right, we won.
Fuck you, I watched a lot of your Splinter Cell. I tried my best. I bet it's okay, you ate your veggies, now you're playing a better game. Which is Splinter Cell 3. You left during the last level? I can't even remember what I was doing, but yeah, probably. She was diabolical. Yeah, dude, I could tell you were not having fun with that fucking game. Which is understandable. That game is just a trial and error mess.
Pretty easy.
But like I said, I was watching your Chaos Theory stream, and dude, your demeanor is like night and day. Cause you were like, fuck this, fuck that, fuck you, fuck this game, fuck that guard, fuck this alarm. Like you're fucking mad. But then yeah, you play Chaos Theory and you're just having like way more fun, which is nice to see. If I hadn't already spent so many hours in Dark Souls games, I don't think I could have finished that first one. I feel like I saw a lot of your fucking Splinter Cell 1. I'm sorry I missed the ending, but I'm glad it came back because I think it was the same stream, technically, where you started Chaos Theory. Am I correct in that? Was that not the same stream? What video game would you want to see made into a live-action movie that hasn't been made yet? I'm cheating because it's not to the guidelines that your question implies, but I would like a goddamn good Resident Evil movie for one. But other than that, it hasn't been made. Fucking Halo, goddammit. Yeah, a Halo movie would be sick. I was gonna say Dead Space, but technically there's 2 straight-to-video Dead Space movies. Oh wait, did you say live action? Dead Space. Dead Space or Evil Within, maybe. Did I save? Let me recover and save. Sorry, I'm talking too much. I see a question I like and I just fucking... my eyes become all glossy and I just miss it. Yeah, Dead Space... yeah, Dead Space would be dope, yeah. I'm trying to think of games that like are good to adapt to a live action movie that hasn't been made yet. Dead Space is probably my first choice. You know, like I don't want a live action Sly Cooper, even though I want that movie that had the fucking first look. And they canceled that shit, dog, because nobody went to go see Ratchet and Clank. There's another one. Dead Space just came first to mind. Let's say also maybe something like oh shit, I went the wrong way. Carmelita Fox though. Yeah, no, but like live action? How do you do that live action? Animated's fine. I would like an animated one. He's asking live action. If it was just movie, I would honestly put fucking oh shit, Sly Cooper above Dead Space. But Dead Space for sure. Just cast Selma Hayek. Yeah, even now she can still get it. I wanted to see Eat Lead or Never Dead movie. Dude, a Never Dead movie could actually be kind of fun. I have no idea how they would do it, but I can see that being fun. A character who's just like a head and a torso for like 15 minutes. If done right, a Greek era God of War. I would love to see that. Like, don't get me wrong, I like the Norse games that they're doing now, but my Kratos is the angry god killer. The ghost of Sparta. Ares! Call of Duty is basically already a blockbuster movie. Yeah, that's basically already a movie. What else? I'm trying to think of what could make a good movie. Call of Duty 4 specifically would be cool. Yeah, dude, that would actually be really cool. Like I like how you said 4. I like how you said 4 and not Modern Warfare. Because I think now Modern Warfare might imply either the remake, reboot, whatever, or one of the Modern Warfare sequels. How about a Dead Island movie? That could be fun. I feel like zombie movies are a dime a dozen. But Dead Island could be cool. With Sam B. Voodoo, you voodoo, bitch! I think I bought Dead Island 1 recently. I need to double check. It's either in my car or in my library.
Oh, flame burn 'em!
I'd be down for Dead Island. What would be really cool is a Force Unleashed movie, but that got fucking bullied out of cannon. Can you imagine live action Star Killer? I want to see that movie. I got Call of Duty 4, Ghost, and 2 others on PS3 that someone didn't want and shoved at me while I was working. Oh, for free? Hell yeah, dude. I played through the PS3 version of Advanced Warfare, and I can tell you right now, man, cross-gen games of that era suck ass. It's a good game. It's a good game, but it didn't look good. Like, I liked playing through it. I'm willing to play through it again on PS4. Fuck, I'm hungry. Ah, okay. Fina, get him. Wait, didn't I equip you with a knife? What the fuck? Hold on, let me check my inventory. I swear I gave you a knife. What are you doing with the whip right now? 69, nice, again. This game knows what it's doing. Hold on. Did I not fucking equip you with a knife? Missed whip. Oh, I did buy another whip at the very end, and I do remember noting it was also 65% or 65 damage. That's what it was. I remember. This looks like a safe area. Why don't we camp here tonight? I still can't believe that we're on an adventure in the Misty Forest heading towards the end of the world. It is a real adventure. I never felt this way on those silly Adventure Society adventures. Say adventure again. How far do you suppose we are from New Parm? I can't wait to see Luke Village lights. Shadow of the Colossus would be a banger choice. Dude, Metal Gear Solid, if done right, that could be fucking epic. But dude, Shadow of the Colossus, that would be fun. That could be. Dude, you know what? Dude, you got me fucking like I'm like a Muppet mode right now. I don't want a Shadow of the Colossus movie. I want a Shadow of the Colossus show, and each episode would be a different Colossus. Yeah, Colossi is plural. It would be a different Colossus. Imagine that. Each one an hour long, little epic, a little mini narrative around each one. And there's what, 13 them bitches? That's a decent chunk for a show. That's what I want. Make it like Primal. Just fucking Yonder? Yarda? Is Yarda the horse? No, Agro. That's the horse. Agro, and then Yarda is the girl, and then Wander is the guy. Fuck. But every episode would be the same. No, not necessarily, because there's different tactics for each Colossus. But if you do a show right, you could do like a little mini. Okay, fuck. Okay, all right. Get this. Check it out. Make it a fucking couple seasons, all right? Maybe. No. Fuck. Because, okay, you could do a lot with an hour, all right? And I imagine, it wouldn't be the same. Of course, there'd be a fight. It'd probably end there, but you could do flashbacks. You can do the journey to the motherfucker as an episode, maybe, you know? Because that's half the fun in Shadow of the Colossus. It's not just the fights themselves. It's getting to those bitches. And then figuring out the fight. That's like a puzzle in itself. Which is why I almost want to say, reduce the Colossi and make every other episode get into them. Maybe. I don't know. I'm talking my ass right now. How about an Alan Wake movie, Bulletstorm, Castle Crashers, or Bully? Slow down, buddy. Holy shit. Alan Wake could be a good movie. I think Alan Wake would make a better book, but I think Alan Wake could be a good movie. Bulletstorm, I would watch that as like a Saturday morning cartoon, and then Castle Crashers as a movie, maybe animated. I can see that being an animated movie. And then Bully, I can see Bully being a show also. Sorry. I talk too much. And I can't talk and play at the same time, apparently. Even though the mist is cleared, I can't tell at all how far we've come. When we saw the end of the road from the mountain, it looked so close. It seems like we'll never reach it. You'll never make it! You'll never make it! We've come a long way, I'm sure, and it's just a little farther, Sue. Can you do it? Crash Bandicoot? Live action? You want live action Crash Bandicoot? How does that work? A guy in a costume? he's wearing like a furry outfit. I can see that being a sick animated movie. I can see that being fucking dope. If it's animated. I don't want live action Crash Bandicoot. That sounds like an awful idea. And here's the thing. You get 2 fucking Crash Bandicoots, and they make a Spyro movie, and then cross those fuckers over. Like they did in the games, to varying success. Wow! Your voice just sounded like your sister, the soldier. What's her name? Oh yeah, Lean. I never thought we would meet again like this. My sister was so kind to me. It's gonna be sad when Leon dies in the next game. You shut your fucking mouth. Hey, you shut your fucking mouth, okay? He's safe. He's safe. You son of a bitch. Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. Don't you put that evil on me. Sorry, the tiger jumped out of the cage. Also, she was looking for the spirit stone. I wonder what that's all about. That's how I imagine. It's the ... or the exclamation point. If you do that in the anime, you're... That's what you're doing. Hey, cheer up, Fina. I'm sure it's a good explanation. Yeah, you're right. After all, Lead isn't a bad person. No, that guy giving orders is evil. Let's call it a night. I don't care. Hey, Justin, I'd like to talk a little bit more. Can you say... Fine. Fina? Sorry, I don't mean to worry you. Well, I guess I'm not acting like my usual self, am I? I'm not like other girls. Right. I like smiling Fina the best. Ha 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 ha. Okay, Justin. Yeah, Fina, you'd be a lot prettier if you smiled. I guess we both better sleep now. You both must be pretty tired. I hope you feel better, Fina. We're all in this adventure together, and we'll always be here for you. We're up and at him tomorrow. Alright. Good night, Justin. Good night, Sue. Good night, Lean. He's got the bite mark on his neck in the trailer and the license plate. He has numbers from the games when he was in and it ends. Oh, I know what you're talking about. He does have something on his neck. That doesn't necessarily mean he'll die. I mean, the fucker's been infected before. You know? He spends literally half of Resident Evil 4 with a parasite inside of him. He'll be fine. The only way I'll accept it is if Leon earns it. You know what I mean? And honestly, I love these characters. Fuck, I have to sleep. Night, Bish. Yeah, dude, I have to stop soon too. It's fucking already 12:17. Let me get to a save point. Good night, Bish. Thanks for hanging out, dude. Mid-air cut. Nice. Night, Lemon. It's a good movie. I like Enter the Dragon a lot, but it's either down to that or Fist of Fury for me for best Bruce Lee movie. IMO. Leon's gonna die, and when he does, Ada's gonna say, I was just about to touch his pee-pee, but he's dead now. No, what's gonna happen is they'll kill off Leon, and then in 4 games, they're gonna introduce Leon's son. It's gonna be the son of Leon and Ada. That's what's gonna happen. Oh my god, they're fucking freaking out right now. Shit. A lake. Can we go any farther? Look, Justin, there's a river flowing through the lake. Huh? What is this all about? I know, right? Right. Can I go that way? Can I go this way? Get in the water? Oh shit, I can. What? I didn't expect that. What the? This lake must be some kind of illusion. Yeah, dude, that tripped me up. Hell yeah, brother. Okay, I'm going that way, but what's over here? Okay, let's go this way. I don't know. Die, Ent. That's what they sound like. It's gonna be a clone of Leon like they did with Ada in 6. Well, technically, that wasn't necessarily a clone. Is it a clone if you take somebody and like forcefully on the genetic level turn them into somebody else? Because if that counts as being a clone, maybe it's like a retroactive clone. It's a clone after the fact. Like I turn this person into you. They have your DNA now. So rather than being grown from the get-go, they're like, now you gotta fucking cocoon up, and when you emerge as a beautiful butterfly, you're gonna be Ada Wong. By the way, you should check out the game Beta Decay. Wait, what's Beta Decay? It sounds like a cool name. Where the fuck do I go? Oh, the movie's over? Oh, shit. Oh, that was the climax? Dang, it's been months since I saw it, apparently. Beta Decay. I might forget. If I remember after this, I'll look it up. It starts with the DNA from the original person. Wouldn't that be a clone? Not your style of game, but the aesthetic is cool as hell. Very PS1 coded. Well, what kind of game is it? Is it a online only deathmatchy multiplayer thing? Because if so, then yes, you're right. It is not my style of game. It starts with the DNA from the original person. Wouldn't that be a clone? I mean, maybe on a genetic level. Like, by definition, it's a clone. But I guess we have to define what is a clone. You know? Because I think, typically, what's usually, when you think of a clone, it's something that's grown to be this person. You know? Whether it be their memories or not, it's visually that person. Same actor, if you will. If you turn somebody into that after they're already a fully developed thing, I mean, is this a point of like there's no difference? Hard to define it, a lot of things. Yeah, you see what I'm saying though, right, Lemon? Like I guess after, when all is said and done, when you look at it, it looks like it. It's got your DNA. It's a clone?
What a thing.
Like, that's the thing. Can you become a clone? Or are, because I always think like you always were, from your conception, was a clone. I've never thought of turning somebody into a clone. You know? Sorry, I'm like fascinated by this right now. Oh shit. Was it this way? Yeah, it was this way. Yeah, I think I gotta go this way. A grown clone that likes to fly a drone while he's on the phone singing knick knack paddywhack, give a dog a bone. This nigga spitting bars, dude. Oh no! I forgot. These fuckers are pussies. What if they could do just enough damage to just distract him? There we go. We got him. Grungy, cyberpunk, military survival shooter with gameplay kind of like Metal Gear Solid 5. Hold on, let me look this shit up. Hey, don't go anywhere. Lemon, hold on, okay? Hold on! I'm gonna look this up. What's it called again? It's called Beta Decay. We're gonna watch a fucking trailer, okay? As a family. Beta Decay. Here we go. Trailer. You're saying PS1 coded, but you're talking about everything else. And I'm like, yes, no, maybe, I don't know, kinda. In a world with no, I didn't read it in time. Infinity abhors in existence. You said survival shooter, so is this like one of those things that's like in a perpetual server? You have to like build your base like Rust or something? Is that what you mean? Because I'll tell you right now, aesthetically, this is getting me hot and bothered. This is definitely my jam, but it really depends on the gameplay. When you say the word family, you gotta sound like family. I can't, dude. That dude has a gravel voice. He sounds like an ashtray. I sound like a middle school anime protagonist. Dude, Dude, what are you talking about? This looks kind of cool. I knew it would. Yeah, at least look like, yeah. Oh, so it is multiplayer. Ah, damn it. That is actually disappointing. This looks cool. If this was single player, dude, I'd be all over it. Dude, this looks sick. Fuck, dude. It's primarily single player, I think. Dude, did you just fucking duck season me? Did you just fucking rabbit season, duck season me? Is that what just fucking happened? Because if it did, I would be proud of you and a little annoyed. Did you take it? Fuck you. I need to hear what you have to say about what just happened. You motherfucker. No, you wouldn't be interested in it. It's not your cup of tea. And you fucking know me. What is it then? Because I'm fucking petty. Is that what just happened, dude? I hate you. It totally worked. Oh, you could have said this was fucking single player. I would have been down still. But you playing into my fucking contrarian nature. Fuck you. But you're so fucking proud of yourself right now. Well, you should be, actually. That was like some grade A fucking Ozymandias from Watchmen level shit, you fucking psychopath. Look up the trailer for Grandpa High on Retro, please. All right, I'll do that, and then I'll get back to the game because I really need to find a safe spot because I really need to go to bed. Okay, what's it called? Grandpa High trailer. What the fuck is this? Third-person shooter? Let's do official trailer on PlayStation.
Wait, what did you just tell me? Are you been awarded with the privilege to fuck my boss?
Yes, I am.
That is
just had to make you look at it, Nightcracker. Fuck you, Lemon. Good night. You know what that gets you? Wait. Well, I'm gonna give you a screenshot or a shout out. Screenshot. I'm gonna give you a shout out after this. You don't have to be here for it. Just know that deserved a shout out.
I am a little bitch like you. Grandpa is fucking tonight.
This looks kind of fun. Is this also a single player experience? Well, alright, it looked kind of clunk. It looked clunky clunk. I'm down to try it. Is this like one of those games that's like $2? Because it looks like it. What?
I'm too high and too old for this shit.
Nice. No! I'm out of beer. No, I'm not out of this. All right, brother. Fuck, dude. Nothing. All right. Yes, it's single player. If you remind me at some point, like maybe when I'm between Grandia 1 and 2, and I just want like a quick 2-3 hour, single stream game, I could look into that. That looks like a game. Is that a single stream game? It looks short as fuck. Also, I don't know where I'm going. I think I was heading. This is new. This is new area here, right? But also the fucking arrow is pointing that way. God damn it. Hold on, let me look at the map again, or the overview. Can they go this way? Or is nothing? All right, I'm gonna follow the arrow. And then yeah, look, there's another arrow fucking right here. All right, overview. But I feel like this is where I came from. This is totally where I came from. No, so I gotta go somewhere else. It's still not on PS5. That's okay, man. Is it on Steam? I'll play it if it's on Steam. I think this is the way to go. Here, hold on. What's it called again? Grandpa High? Grandpa High. Steam. Yeah, dude, it's $8. Yeah, okay, I'll get that. Remind me, like, or I'll wish list it. But it's no Swords and Sandals 2 though. Man, you love that game.
Not bad, eh?
How many of those are there now? Like, there's at least 4, right? Sword and Sandals 4. I want to say they're like on 5. Are they on Sword and Sandals 5 yet? Smarna. Okay, I made the right choice to go this way. Yeah, fucking safe spot. It's okay. We'll get there. I'm good for another, technically, maybe 20 minutes. There's 5. Okay, okay. I had a feeling. I just didn't want to be wrong.
Pretty easy, right, Puppy?
Oh, I saw on the overhead. There's yeah. What is that? Ginseng. Damn it. I was gonna forgo the goodies for convenience. Oh, they went the other way. Nice. I just missed them. Alright, now I know there's gonna be something over here. Oh, maybe not. Let's just go for it. Fuck it. Die Hard is alright, I guess. Let me tell you about this shitty Flash game from 2003 for the 17th time. Oh. Is this Sword and Sandals? Ah, no, I got ambushed! That's funny. Wait. Yeah, it was your boy. Yeah, it was your boy that said Die Hard's alright. That's right. You fucking scandalous winch. You know, I'm putting Die Hard on out of spite. Fuck! It's 1, 2, 3, 4. Nice, but it's almost fucking 1 a.m. I wasn't even supposed to stream today. See now, Sword and Sandals 1/2 are. See now, Sword and Sandals 1 and 2 are your basic turn-based game. 3 and 4 are different mechanics for RTS, and 5 is a dungeon crawler. I'll talk about it for the 18th time. Oh shit. Fighting words. Wait. You guys hear music? I don't want to hear anything. Is the game muted? Can you guys hear that? I see desktop audio. Why can't I hear it? Hold on. Oh, maybe I gotta... Here, I have an idea. That's annoying. 1 second. Sorry. Refresh source or switch sources? Auto capture. Why can't I hear it? The game just fucking killed its audio. Favorite media. There it is. Okay. All right. Cool. That helped. Cool. Okay. I was annoyed. I was like, what the fuck? Where'd it go? I had to so there's the there's the source, there's the video capture source that is reading from the Elgato, right? And I guess for whatever reason it desynced or something. And then I switched it to the AverMedia source just to unsync it, or if that makes sense, I don't know. And then I put it back on the Elgato and that worked. It's like the IT crowd. Have you tried turning it off and on again? What video game would you want to see made into a movie if you had to choose? To Jay? Dude, Jay already answered that. He doesn't want to see that. He doesn't want to. He flat out said that earlier. I think... I mean, I can't speak for the guy. Maybe there is something out there. So I want to see a fucking... a Yoshi's Island movie. I don't fucking know. But, I feel like he's against the... I feel like the concept is so definitive, but he just doesn't like, I think, the idea of them. Very linear game that can be properly told in 2 hours, I guess. Half-Life? That's like a game where it's like through the entire eyes in one stream. An adventure with Gordon. Very linear game that can be told properly in 2 hours. Resident Evil 1? So fucking triggered. They just fucking do the mansion incident in a movie. Aw, shit. Aw. But any of them would be pointless because you're better off just playing the game. What if you're trying to appeal to a mass audience, bruh? Trying to get that dollar, bruh. You're here to make money, man. That's the problem. That's the joke. Here at last, the end of the world. See, I told you. I want to see a Secret of Mana movie. I would like to see an animated Secret of Mana movie, or like maybe an anime. I think that could be a good like 24 episode anime, and then just cut it there. Here at last, the end of the world. See, I told you. Hey, what up, Assad? How you doing? See, I told you. We get there, didn't we? Okay, you told me so. The question is, can we climb it? Can it blend? Yeah, can we? Just look at how high it is. I can't see the top at all. Hey, what do you mean? We've come this far, so enough with the doubts. We're determined to climb it. And anyway, nothing's impossible to go on an adventure. We're going on an adventure, Charlie! Man, Justin, are you sure? Oh, you sure are gung-ho all the time. Yeah, but he's right. It's like the fucking Falcon meme, yeah, is that a line?
That hey, it's Shattered Limit, how are you though?
I'm doing alright. I'm a little tired, and I just want to keep playing this, dude. I don't know. But I'm alright. I'm alright. I actually had a pretty good day at work today and stuff. Chill. Coworkers are dope. I love my team. I got... this might sound weird, but I got praise on a couple projects. It was just nice. I don't know. It was nice. And they got a raise. That's a big one, too. I wrote it like the SpongeBob meme. Yeah, I know, I figured. When I see that, that's how I read it. The fucking, I want to see a Secret Man move. That's how, yeah, I know with the eyes going that way, like Pennywise. Yeah, I know the meme. We'll make it somehow. All right, let's go. I mean, we've hiked a long ways already. Yeah, we did. Alright, what? This way? Okay, we're climbing shit. Ah, it's gonna follow me! Okay. I realized what was happening a little too late. Holy shit. Ah! Fuck, ambushed. Son of a bitch. Oh man, I should have done that. shit. Oh, she got hit with the howl. Oh, fuck you too.
All right, we won.
Oh, cool. Oh, wait, what? Oh. Oh, dude, it's like playing fucking, Super Mario Land. Super Mario 3D Land? For 3DS? Oh, fuck, bitch! It's like, playing it in 2D, if you've ever done that. They were gonna fucking killed. I feel like we're fucking going through like a soft maze. Alright, let me, no, not equip. Let me, yeah. Who's got what? Life Seed. I'm not giving shit to Sue. You know. Yeah. Ina. Who got what? You got, who else got seeds? Speed Seed? Yeah. And then agility, Dina, and life. I'll give the other life to Justin. And then what is this? Restores. Oh, restores. Okay. And I think that's it. No more seeds. We're full. We're empty on seed. My seed's empty. Alright, let's go. What? Oh. What? Into level 2? Yeah, let's go, bro. That was an accident. There's probably some fucking item over there I just missed out on. That I didn't have room for anyway. My fucking luck. Oh shit! Oh. Motherfucker. Run! Okay. Dude, what's our health at? I feel like it's actually not doing that. Oh, actually, you need help. You need some milk. Who's got HP? Here you go. What's the bow fruit? Oh, MP. Oh, SP. Okay. Is there 40 left? Actually, no. 20. We're good. We're good. A Bidoof. Hey, but Bidoofs are kind of cute. I kind of want the Bidoof. Catch Ultra Ball. Fingers crossed. Big money, big money. Give me that bitch. Give me some of that jet dry. Bidoof gay. You gay. Bidoof is a solid Pokemans. Also, he's got a stupid ass name like Bidoof. Everybody just like, dude, you might be the first person to fucking redeem that. I'm not even kidding. That might be. Is that the first redeem of that? Bidoof these nuts. I actually like that. Ah, bitch. Bidoof these nuts. It didn't work. Wait, was it really blocked? Hold on. Let me get off this. Did that really not work? I'll redeem it again. Let me check. Let me troubleshoot this. What's it called? Dislike, right? Let me. It's over. Sorry. Here, I'll do liked because it should be the same shit, right? Yeah, it's on the bottom left. Oh, it's because. Okay. I can fix that. I can fix that. Let me shrink it because it's for full screen and then it's kind of masked By the, it was on the lower left. Where's that source? Mix it up. Here we go. Hold on. What the fuck is mix it up? There we go. No. Oh, god damn it. I'm sorry. Hold on. I can't do it right now. Bidoof gay for Joey. Well, yeah. Sure. What me and Bidoof have is special, okay? And if that's just how it's gonna be, that's how it's gonna be, okay? Me and Bidoof are in love. I'll fix it later. I know what the problem is just I can't fucking select all my, like, I have a bunch of layers and I can't select it in sources and then move it. I have to like grab it in the actual like window, you know? I keep hitting the wrong thing. It's Adam and Eve, not Bidoof and Joey. Hey, wait, dude, that's actually funny. That's pretty good. I like that one. Oof, we come a long way. This was like a safe place to take a little rest. Look, Justin, look how far we can see. Is that Luke Village over there? I still can't believe it. We're actually climbing to the end of the world. And look how far up we are. Ha! I didn't believe me, huh, Fina? Nobody will believe me. Not Java, not Gantz, nobody. Where'd they get the tent from? It's in their inventory, dog. That's where. They have capsule tech. They have capsule corp tech. They got the little capsules. Huh? You mean Java the Adventure? Are you guys students of his? No, I wouldn't call us students, but Fina. You know that old guy Java? Dude, he talks like fucking Jaime. The end of the world is so awesome. It sure is high. Look, birds are flying at our height. They surprised me. Bedoofing the tent capsule. Yeah, they're gonna bedoofing that shit. No, I'm just kidding. Look, birds are flying at our height. They surprised me. Well, no matter how high this wall is, they must have a top, and we're gonna get there. Uh-oh. There he goes again. Somehow, I don't think the world is as easy to explore as Justin says. Hey, Justin, are you going straight to sleep? Let's stay a bit longer. God damn it. That wall is so high it's stoned. Just like me. Fina, how come you know Java? Everyone knows who Java is. Why, he discovered the Java plane. He's no longer an inactive adventurer. I hear he's retired. I sure know a lot of great people. You shouldn't say he's retired, Fina. If Java heard that, he'd get mad. He'd yell like this. Bet your boots are still active. That's what he'd say. Java the Hutt? Or no, it's Pizza the Hutt from Spaceballs. I've been wanting to watch that. I have a DVD in like that case right there. Should put that on tomorrow because I work from home tomorrow. I'll put that on. Oof. This wall sure is high. Oh yeah. Are we done yet? I have to keep hearing from fucking Fina. Okay, we're good. Spaceballs 2 is coming out. I heard. And that's part of the reason I want to watch this one. Do I think it's going to be good? Probably not. Spaceballs 2, is it Mel Brooks dead? No, dude. Dude, Mel Brooks is like, he's like, what, like 93, dude? I thought he died too. I was like, that fucker's still alive. Mel Brooks is 99 years old. Dude, kill me like decades before that. Who wants to be fucking 99? Spaceballs 2, The Quest for Money. That's exactly what it's called. And I think it's kind of brilliant. But the movie, it can't be good. It can't be good. Dude, there's no way fucking hell a 99-year-old can make a good movie. Or no, wait. I don't know. Is it just called Spaceballs? Or The Search for More Money. That's what they called it in the original movie. That's right. Like in the original movie, they have like that bit. I don't much like the original, so it's a pass for me. That's fair. Do you like Mel Brooks? Okay, wait. Jay. You're either Blazing Saddles or Young Frankenstein. Right? I'm kind of torn between Young Frankenstein and Robin Hood Men in Tights. Well, hold on, wait. Before I fucking, because like I'm a little high. All right, recover, let me save, and then I'll go to the right, and then I'll keep talking. And then you know what? Fuck! Bed. I'm gonna play a little longer. I like Mel Brooks, I like both of those. And History of the World, yeah, and the producers. You know, I never actually saw the producers. But, I'm not confident in the sequel. I'm gonna see it. I have to see it. Well, I don't have to, but you know what I mean. I'm part of the problem. Ah, you fucking bitch. But I don't think it'll be good. We'll see. It might be one of those things where you're just like, dang, you still got it. Blazing Saddles is my favorite. Yeah. That was my first guess. I don't know. Okay. Fuck. Okay. Fucking stop, game. What do I do? Stay. Okay, cool. Dude, this is like tripping me out right now. It's like the first time it's like being a weird ass like puzzle platformer. I'm not complaining, it's something new. But I can't just blindly run, I have to think about this. Mel Brooks is waiting to make Spaceballs 2 before he dies. Dude, yeah. He can't be alive much longer. He's gonna die. I'm willing to bet he might die before the movie's out. Like a posthumous release. Posthumous. Fuck. I'm too high right now. Dracula Dead and Loving It has some issues, but there are some funny gags. Wait, is that Mel Brooks? Was that Mel Brooks? I didn't know that. That checks out. Yeah, Mel Brooks, holy shit. I didn't know that was Mel Brooks. Holy shit. I thought that was like probably from the same people that made Spy Hard and Naked Gun and shit. Sorry. Alright, I'm gonna get back to the game. It's Mel Brooks deep dive here. Oh no! God damn it! Okay, cool. He plays Van Helsing. He's in the movie? Okay. I actually don't remember that. But nice. I remember liking that movie. I saw it last time. Oh my god, hold on. Oh, he's gonna die here. Last time I saw that movie, I remember being in my first, like, big boy apartment on my own, and that's like 2011. So that was the last time I saw that movie. What the fuck? Oh, he just died. Sorry, dude. Oh. Shot me. It's not great. I compare it to Cabin Boy. Cabin Boy? Fuck, dude, I haven't thought about that movie in fucking forever. Some good gags, but kind of a mess. Dude, you know what I think might be a really underrated, like, slapstick, like, old-ass, like, spoof movie like that? Is, Top Secret with Val Kilmer. That movie's a trip. That one, and legit, like, it's not Mel Brooks, but I love Loaded Weapon 1. That movie cracks me up, dude. That is, like, for me, probably top 10 comedies. For sure top 20, but maybe top 10 comedies. That movie is fucking hilarious. Both Loaded Weapons are great. Are you thinking about... It's not Top Gun. Hot Shots? Because there's only one Loaded Weapon. It's called Loaded Weapon 1. It's the one with Emilio Estevez and Samuel L. Jackson. Oh shit, I am. Yeah. I didn't think about that. Yeah. I have seen both Hot Shots. Those are fun. I think I prefer 2 just because I like the Rambo parody more. But yeah, dude, Loaded Weapon 1, I was thinking of Hot Shots, yeah. Loaded Weapon 1 is like fucking like my jam. That movie still. Yeah, Loaded Weapon is also good. the gratuitous beaver shot. Fucking oh shit, I fucking knew that was gonna happen. The part when they're just fucking in the car and he's just like, hey man, don't look now. He looks in the rearview mirror, but I think we're being followed. And then they look and you see like 2 guys in the back seat out of nowhere with like ski masks. And then he's just like, act natural. Yeah, and they're just talking, telling a story. And he's like, all right, I'm trying to shake him. He just fucking does some like swervy shit and then they're just not in the car anymore. They don't make them like they used to. In fact, I don't care. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna watch that scene right now. It's gotta be on YouTube. Loaded Weapon is the best. It's only 5 minutes. Let's see. Oh, it's National Lampoon. It is National Lampoon. Is this it? Is this the car chase? I think it is. Smooth Movies got killed by the movie, yeah. And Scary Movie copycats. Yeah, because dude, they were really trying to cling on to that shit. Like, there was fucking, here, let me turn this off because I can't talk with this music. There's just too many of them. There was like Epic Movie. Dance Flick, like they just overdid it. Meet the Spartans. Of that era, I think 1 and 2 Scary Movies are good, and then dude, there's a fucking stupid ass one, but I kind of have a soft spot for it. It was like Drive Fast exclamation, but it's something like that. It's like Scary Movie for Fast and Furious. Fast and Furious parody. Fuck. Super Fast, yeah, with exclamation point. Yeah, that shit. Yeah, Super Fast, yeah. Yeah, your boy knows. Alright, hold on, I wanna watch the scene. This movie's the best. This one. Wait, no, this isn't it. Chase scene. Who the hell is it? Oh, hold on. Loaded Weapon followed. Let me see. Yeah, this is it.
Maybe right. I think we're being followed now. Don't go. Just play it cool.
So, did you catch that Stallone retrospective at the Omni?
No. Sounds fascinating, though. I'm gonna try and lose him.
Like, I didn't know exactly how fucking funny Sam Jackson can be until I saw this movie. The goddamn comedic genius. Alright, let's switch this shit back. Sorry about that. I had to. Let's try this one. What do you got?
Now I'm really angry.
Oh shit, he actually got paralyzed by that. I didn't expect that to work. Oh!
What a cinch.
Goddamn, and we're dying. I didn't realize we were so low on health. Wait, did I take damage on the way or did I not oh, I probably took damage from fucking getting here because I'm going through the fucking saw traps trying to fucking proceed here. Inventory first. Ginseng? Yeah. You. Of course, Samuel Jackson's funny. Do you remember when he was in Django Unchained? Yeah, no, there's that, but like, I saw this way before then, but I you know, it was funny in there. But you know what I mean? Like, those are different characters, different tones. He is a trip in Django. But yeah, you're Ginseng too. He was also in Loaded Weapon way before Django. And I saw Loaded Weapon first. I saw Loaded Weapon when I was a teenager. Oh, dude, I like how the music is getting tired. I don't know if you caught that. Nice, axe leveled up. Ah shit, wrong one.
Not bad,
Good job, guys. No! Fucking bitches. Gross. Okay. I wasn't sure. I remember when Samuel Jackson was in Black Snake Moan. Oh yeah. What was that movie? I expect you to stay. Remember when Sam Jackson was in that movie Jumper? Yes! Hey Justin, shall we camp here? No, don't camp! I don't want to camp! I want to keep going! I'm just so tired of climbing this wall step by step, and always the same view too. Puff puff. Dude, what are you saying? Java told us about this, remember? Overcome the trial before you, and you may get which you desire. That's how adventures work. Yeah, we're all tired. Let me just quit. Come on, Justin. No! I don't wanna. Understand, Sue. That was the one where he had the white woman chained up in this. Dude, yeah. And I expect you to stay. I remember it was that MTV one. It has Justin Timberlake, Christina Ricci. She's the white woman chained up, and it's not to his porch. It's to his radiator, right? Some shit like that. Cause what's the story? It's something like she's like a fucking freak, right? Like she's like a sex addict, and he's just like, I'm gonna save you, child. I'm gonna fucking tie your freaky ass over here, and what you wait it out. You wait out the horny. Stop fucking people. Wait it out before she cut off the girls. Was that before or after? Because she got a breast reduction, right? Is that what you're talking about? Which were they that big? I don't remember. But I remember liking that movie. I understand how Sue feels though. We climb and climb, and all we see is more wall. I'm starting to doubt there is a top. Oh. Now even Fina's losing faith. Hey, we're adventurers. Adventurers go all the way and never give up. Should be illegal. They were really nice. I don't remember. I don't remember her being like breast reduction big. Did she have her reasons? Were they really too big? I don't know. Sorry. I don't know. I don't remember. Hey, we're adventurers. Adventurers go all the way and never give up. Like, I don't know the story. I never asked her. Yeah, that's fair. Good point. Yeah, you're right. You're right. And every time I see you're right, I just want to say it like Jill. Adventurers never lose faith. Looks like I got another adventure lesson from Justin. I got a feeling that we're at least halfway up. We'll be getting there up soon. Ah, man. No, I don't wanna. Fuck! I just want to keep playing. I want to keep playing my game. I should stop. Why am I not stopping? Don't touch the lights. Oh shit. Oh shit. This is Jigsaw Presents Grandia. This is what I want from video game remakes. Remake shitty games that has potential instead of good games. Oh, wait, hold on. I didn't see that. Alright, here's a question for you. What movie was bad but had a good concept? Would you like to see it remade with the adjustments that people said could have made said movie better? That's what I want from video game remakes. Make shitty games that has potential instead of good games. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. So a movie that was bad but had a good concept? Dude, that's a good question. That's a great question. Like, give it like a redo? Give me a minute. Give me a minute. I'll get back to you on that. I like that question. I have to think of movies that like, because the thing is like I fucking glaze movies I love and like, you know, and the ones that I don't like, I kind of just dismiss and forget until somebody brings it up. So I have to like sift through the files of dislikes, you know, the unforgettable, the forgettables. Gods of Egypt? I don't know. Yeah, like redoing the movie with the same concept but making adjustments to make it better. Yeah, I get it. That's a good question, dude. Good concept, but like just bad movie. Oh, no. Dude, okay. One of them. Okay, can a sequel? Do you count sequels? Or does this have to be like a standalone thing? Sphere? Oh, dude, Sphere. Dude, Sphere's a good. That's a good choice. That's a good choice, dude. But yeah, boy, would you consider sequels in this? Oh, I thought I would be able to go down. Oh god, dude, this game's trolling me right now. Dreamcatcher. And that wasn't a great book either. Dreamcatcher's not a good book. It's fun. It's better than the movie, but I don't think Dreamcatcher's good. I loved the book. You loved Dreamcatcher? It's fun. It's fine. Wait, what'd you do? What'd you do? What one was that? What sequel and then what standalone movie? Okay, a sequel, to be honest, the Matrix Resurrections, because I love the Matrix, and that. Here's the thing, I actually defend the sequels. There's great things in those sequels. They're not, of course, as groundbreaking or revolutionary as the first movie, but dude, as far as like pushing action and like that slow-mo shit, dude, that fucking mansion fight, you know? The highway scene, the mech shit, dude, those sequels are great. Matrix Resurrections can suck a fart right my ass. It has amazing updates to like the lore at this point in the timeline, but the movie around it just sucks ass. The problem is they cheapened the first by basically ignoring the ending. What about the ending wouldn't merit a sequel? I'm not trying to be snooty. I'm genuinely curious if I missed the point of the Matrix or something. The Matrix was so revolutionary that it made both the creators of the Matrix turn into women. God damn it, your boy. No, I think they were dealing with that way before that movie. The first Matrix basically God at the end, but in the next movie he's pretty good at karate. No, I mean he resurrects his bitch at the end. He does more feats, if you will. I think he's just a good hacker, you know? Well, I can see that. I can see the interpretation of that. Oh, I'm not supposed to do that. Oh wait, or am I? Because I think I just fixed this thing. Yep. But even then, I still think there's great shit in those sequels. The Matrix sequels are tons of fun, and I kind of adore like half of the Animatrix, because what's good in that is great, and what's bad is just boring, which is, you know, tons. Okay, I mean, I'm being not literal tons, you know, but there's a lot to enjoy. There's lots of good things. Lots. The highway chase is cool. Other than that, I think they're not great. But I mean, I feel like if you're invested in the world and like the lore by that point, like it's good. It's like, you know, it's like a good show, a good epic condensed into a few 2.5 hour movies. Fuck. I need to heal.
Now you'll be okay.
I would like I mean, I would like some more expanded lore, like some expanded media for the Matrix, you know? Give me some Matrix novels that don't deal with Neo, you know? Give me an Animatrix 2. I just love the Matrix. Like, I want more. Give me a story from the Machine's side, because there's some very cool implications from the new movie, you know? That's the thing. It's like, there were amazing ideas in the Matrix Resurrections. It's just they're in a bad movie. Yeah, that was the button. Okay. Are we there yet? Fuck. The music's getting even more fucking tired and slow. Oh shit, okay. This is fucking Mario 3D Land. But in 2D mode. Oh shit. Dude, I can't even time it. What the fuck? Like, am I gonna die? Oh shit, wrong person. Sure, why not? My pick would be John Carter. Dude, I've actually read that first book. I agree. That could have been great. I think it would have been better like animated. But I saw the vision. You know, that movie had potential. Ninja Dog. Man's getting dong dropped on the side of the mountain. Dude, yeah, you see that? What up, Ninja? It does look like that. And it's like, it doesn't wait for me. It's like, I can't. Oh, shit. Am I supposed to be here? No, wait, stop it. Please don't hit me. Okay. Dude, this game is tripping me out right now. More like John Farter. Nice. So that was my sequel. Let me think of a standalone movie with great concepts to be remade into a potentially better movie. Maybe League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. That's not a bad choice either. That comic's great. That movie, not so much. I never saw the movie or read A Princess of Mars, but I like the author. What else has the author made? Tarzan. Oh! Oh! Nice. I actually never read any Tarzan. You. Fuck. Oh, yeah. Sue, save us.
Here it goes.
I think I could be remembering it wrong. That sounds right. Isn't it like... It's not Clark, is it? Who wrote Tarzan? Burroughs? Edgar Rice Burroughs? Yeah, he did John Carter and Tarzan. Yeah, you're right. Best known for creating characters Tarzan and John Carter. He also wrote the Pelucider series. I don't know what that. I've never seen that word. And then Amtor. Bad movie, in my opinion. Lame comic. Pass. Oh, the Gulag. Wait, the Gulag Archipelago. Never heard of that. I never heard of that. What the fuck is that? Alright, fuck. I'm dying here.
Alright, we won!
Oh, lame comic? You didn't like Leave Extraordinary Gentlemen? I thought it was good. But yeah, you know. You know what I would like to see in some sort of live action adaptation? I bought the comics on recommendation and never even finished it. Dang. Oh shit. Is I want to see some sort of adaptation of The Darkness, even if it's another video game. I really like those comics. Damn, I don't want to camp anymore. I'm never going back. We've climbed and climbed, we still haven't reached the top. Puff, puff. What's wrong, Justin? Oh, maybe you're all worn out? I don't know. It's really starting to seem like there's no end to this wall. What's the matter, Justin? It's not like you two suddenly sound so pessimistic. It's just that we started climbing such a long time ago. When we finally, when will we finally get over it? Well, good question, but... Justin, Fina, please stop arguing. Are they arguing? Let me go to bed. Wait a minute, just no, I don't want to. Anyway, who was it who first said that we should climb this huge wall? Why don't you just go back? We've had a heck of a climb to get this far. Justin, have you forgotten? Adventurers never give up. That's what you told us. Or were you just making that up? No, I wasn't making it up. What I said was true. I was thinking I'd never make it to a place like this if I hadn't met you. I want to see a new Dick Tracy movie. I like it when he calls his enemies names by their insecurities. Or just like their fucking weird physical deformity, you know? Oh yeah, yeah, see, yeah, that's what you mean by insecurities, yeah. Justin, thank you. Bina, you're right. You're right. We're adventurers. You betcha. If we pull our strength, I know we can get over this wall. Okay, let's do it. You just wait, Liette. We're gonna get to Elent for sure. Get the fuck out of here. Full stars. Yep, we can do it. Alright. Let me get to the new fucking world and then I'll save. And then I'll call it. Oh. Wait. Huh? The morning sun is shining. Until now, the wall was in the way and we didn't get sunshine until afternoon. You know what that means? We're at the top? Right, that must be it. Let's go see it. Let's go! Oh, I know. Terminator Salvation. Cool. Okay, wait. Dude, you let him cook. Let him cook. Cool idea to see that time period, but everything about that movie is fucking terrible in execution. I wish it was rated R for one. But anyway, dude, I agree. I respect Terminator Salvation because it broke the fucking formula, dude. I'm sick I love Terminator 1 and 2. And I'm sick of the fucking Terminator formula. Give me something different in this world. It doesn't have to be Robot Defender and a John Connor stand-in, you know? I like that it was like sort of on the surface, superficially, a war movie, you know? I like the time period. Give me some more Future War shit. Yeah, man. I like that choice a lot. Because aside from the first two, I think Salvation is the only other one. I mean, I kind of enjoy it. I don't love it, but I think I just like the vibes in it. You know, it's melodramatic. I like Christian Bale as John Connor. He looks kind of like the guy that they had in the old ones. I hated it. Yeah, I figured. Which is fair. I totally get it. But yeah, I like how John Connor looks like that guy. I think he did a great job as John Connor. Christian Bale, I actually like that. But you know, you're right. I enjoy it. It's not good, but it's kind of a guilty pleasure. But that time period has so much potential. I would love more Future War stuff. So yeah, I like that choice. A lot. Bale is good. The other guy is terrible. Sam Worthington, not a fan. My favorite part of Terminator Salvation is when Christian Bale had the meltdown. What are you doing? No. The why wreck your lights? The why are you wrecking my scene, mate? You and I, professionally, we're done. You're a cool guy. But professionally, we're done, mate. How about that? It's not really the end of the world. Here we go. Look, the sun's rising. Awesome. Makes the whole world... I don't know, I was thinking about the outcasts. Shine like gold. Huh, Justin? Ah! Oh, good for you! Yeah. What did he say to make him say, oh, good for you? Like, Lighting Guy said something. But I like the part when he's like, Christian? Just go for a walk. He's like, no, I don't need to go for a walk. He needs to stop walking. I fucking love that meltdown. Why does he say, oh, good for you? He's like, oh, I've had plenty of whatever. It's something like that, right? Oh, good for you. Because that was like a weird vocal stim that me and my roommates used to do when we were roommates. Yeah, I like that one. Yeah, what is it? It's moving. Damn, this game won't fucking... Another save. Well, we reached the top. Now, how are we supposed to get down the other side? I don't see anything we can use to help us get down. We can't just scale the wall either. Sure you can. Hey, do you hear a strange sound? Justin, look. Ah! Oh shit. They got drones here, dude. Eek, what are you doing? Sue. Oh shit. What are you doing to Sue? She just fucking grabbed her ass. Justin! They killed her! Sue! Eek. And he just fucking dives for her, and they play that fucking Nickelback. And they say that a hero! And then he just fucking dives. Just remember, if a girl asks you, say that you have the body of Christian Bale, but you don't say which movie. Oh, because he's had every fucking body type possible. He's been jacked in Batman. He's been fucking lethargic and dying in Machinist? Jacket? Machinist? I think that's it. And then he was fat as Dick Cheney. Right? Yeah, that sounds right. Sue, where'd she go? I can't see her. Oh, she's dead, dude. Let her go. Ah, Justin. Oh shit, I didn't mean to hit the mic. I hope that messed that out. Hey, stop it. Let go of me. Stop it now. Hey, you, let go. I said let go. Hold it right there. I take it back what I said earlier. Don't let go, okay? Hey, Fina, what should we do? You're asking me? Just do something, Justin. Eek! Fina! The jacket was Adrian Brody, so it's the Machinist. They both were grossly skinny in those movies, right? But yeah, I knew it was. I just the image of just fucking anorexic dying guy. Yeah, the Machinist. It was one or the other. It's like I also fucking confuse not movies themselves, but in name only. I confuse The Prestige and The Illusionist. I don't know which is which. I know both movies individually, but I don't remember which name belongs to which one. They're similar movies too. Yeah, they are, with like a cool magic-y twist. I liked the Christian Bale one and Hugh Jackman one more. Prestige is Bale. Yeah, I like Prestige more. Wait, who's in The Illusionist then? Wait, oh yeah, fucking yeah, Edward Norton. That's right. For The Machinist, I heard Kirsten Bell. I was saying, oh, he had a diet of 1 apple and black coffee each day until he reached that body type. That checks out. Yeah, Edward Norton. Yeah, dude, I like The Prestige of those two more. I think that one had like a genuinely cool twist that I didn't see coming, and it felt like a good whodunit where I think there's enough clues to where like you could theorize maybe. I feel like that's the makings of a good. Like you know, maybe. No, boom. Christopher Nolan. It was Nolan, yeah. It was Nolan. Pretty much always good. You know, I've never seen Memento. That's Christopher Nolan, isn't it? Justin, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? What do you mean, Fina? I'm fine. Slept like a baby. Justin. Yeah. Oh shit. Oh damn, dude. I told you you're in, bro. That's maybe his best movie. LOL. Really? More than like Dark Knight and fucking Interstellar, Inception. I like Tenet a lot. What's my favorite Nolan movie? Guy Ritchie. What about him? Wait, did I say a Guy Ritchie movie? What a relief. I was wondering what I'd do if you died right then. Oh, now I remember. We fought on top of the other. Yeah, we did. Are you okay, Fina? My favorite is Inception, but Memento is definitely top 3. Dude, mine might be Inception too. Even that fucking music score, dude. And the practical fucking shots made. So, bam! So good, they still do that. I guess we lucked out and fell into this big leaf. What do you think? Wow, is this a leaf? It's humongous, isn't it? Still, I wonder how... Justin, look over there. You know why it sounds like that? No. Hey, look. It's like... It's true. We've crossed to the end of the world, alright? What an amazing place this is. Looks like it's made for adventuring, huh? Wait a second. Oh yeah, Sue. Where's Sue? Hey, where's that bitch at? I haven't seen her yet. We got separated when we fell. But I'm sure she must be close by. Let's go find her. Right. I'm sure we can find her. Let's go, Fina. Alright, now is a good spot to call it. It's been 4.5 hours on a day I usually don't stream. What's a win for me? It's the regular music slowed down to like 1%. Even the music is thematic. It's not perfect. Oh yeah, no, I knew that. They layered that that fucking French song, and they slow it down towards like there's like the bam 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 bam. Yeah, like the kick. It goes layers. Yeah, no, it's a great score. No, it's a great movie. I love Inception for sure. But even then, just like on a audible level, I think the music is pleasant. Like the score, like when they're doing heist shit or doing some of the action scenes. Neither of those are bad accents. Which actor has the best, worst accent in a movie? My vote is either Leonardo DiCaprio in Blood Diamond or Brad Pitt in Snatch. Yeah, my understanding is that both of those are good, especially Leonardo DiCaprio's. I'm gonna snooze this. Leonardo DiCaprio's Blood Diamond accent is a perfect Southern African accent. I feel like he gets a lot of shit just because it sounds funny, but he did great. Pitt is meant to be funny. DiCaprio sounds correct. Yeah, DiCaprio was was perfect. Neither you're saying Leonardo DiCaprio had a great accent in that movie. Dude, I'm so fucking what? Did you just? Are you agreeing? Neither you're saying Leonardo DiCaprio had a great accent in that movie. Neither of those are bad accents. Sorry, whatever. Let me think. Actor has the best worst accent. I mean, if you want to say the best worst accent, just by sounding stupid and kind of funny, I would say Keanu in Dracula. That's a pretty fucking pitiful accent. He was nominated for Best Actor in Blood Diamond, underrated film. Yeah, dude, I like Blood Diamond. Him and Dijman Houston. Is that how you pronounce that? Yeah, that was a good movie. Keanu and Dracula 100%. Yeah, that's probably my pick for best worst accent. Terrible and hilarious. Yeah, exactly. It's so bad. It's kind of, it's not good. It's not so bad. It's good. It's bad, but it's funny and entertaining. Yeah, hilarious. Yeah, that's probably that was just the first one to come to mind. You could also do Sam Worthington in one of those Titan movies. He gives up and just becomes Australian. Like his accent teeter-totters throughout that whole fucking movie. He's British, then he's Australian. Like at the flip of a coin. Maybe that's not a bad a best worst accent. Maybe that's just bad acting. But that also comes to mind. But yeah, Keanu is probably my number one pick. Hi, baby. Hey. The cutest cat, you guys. My cat will beat up your cat. Yeah. Like I said, I really don't want to, but I gotta cut it out and I gotta go to bed because I got work, and then like I said, tomorrow actually starts me ramping up that other job again. So my Wednesday nights will also be, I'll have my meetings again, so I'll be able to stream around 9, a little after 9. Yeah. And then Jay, I don't know if you're still here, but I'm absolutely planning Outbreak on Thursday, if that fits into your schedule, sir. Yeah, let me change scenes. Actually, let me put this to sleep. Yeah. Yeah, boy. Should be fine. Nice. Oh yeah. Alright, well, I'm pretty sure everybody's asleep. What's he playing? Oh! Oh, Rin's playing Mega Man. He's playing Mega Man X. Oh yeah, we're absolutely rating Rin. We're rating Rin. Absolutely. Should be fine. Okay, cool, dude. I'll check with Paul tomorrow, or if you want to ask him also, if he comes across your... Actually, no, I'll be around, because I work from home tomorrow. You streamed late, more than half my shift. Yeah, I usually don't even stream this late, and never on Tuesdays. Yeah. I think it worked out. I really want to finish Grandia 1. Like I said, it's cute. I'm not enjoying it as much as I thought I would, but I'm going to love 2. 2 is going to be my veggies. I mean, no, this is my veggies. 2 is the prime rib. But yeah, we're gonna raid Rin. He's playing Mega Man X, one of the best goddamn games ever made, and one of the few Mega Man games I like. 2 is the BBC. 2 is the BBC of the Grandia series. I mean, it's a short-lived series, but I'd say it's the Final Fantasy VII of its series. I believe Ubisoft published 2, at least in America. It's probably one of their best. There aren't many RPGs in Ubisoft, but anyway, it's good, and I want to get to it. I want to play it now, and I don't want to skip, so I have to finish 1. Because if I skip 1, then 1 wins. Rin XP _ Yeah, just bear with me. I'm working on it, okay? I'm trying my best. What was I gonna say? Sorry, my cat's meowing at me. Hi, you want attention? Oh, I'll be right there. Yeah, end of the year bullshit got kind of crazy. I don't foresee any more other shit. Like, there aren't really any big projects on my fucking scope right now. Aside from, you'll see. You'll see. I'm excited. I really can't wait to pull that one off. But yeah, I think you'll appreciate it. Assuming you're there for it. I'll do it on a night where I'll wait so you're not on patrol. But yeah, all right, I gotta go. Wait, what games are we hyped for this year? Oh, Resident Evil 9. Resident Evil 9, 100%. I love that so much. I might not actually stream my first playthrough. I might soak it in, and then my second playthrough I might stream. I don't know if I want to not immerse myself, you know? But Resident Evil 9 is all I can think about for this upcoming slate of games. That's really all I care about that's been announced. But yeah, I'm rating out. I'm running out of time before it just does it. 8, 7, 6. All right, peace out, guys. I hope you guys have a great night. Jay, have a great rest of your shift. Ninja, I'll catch you later. Oh, and GTA 6.